Brenda Giron.
Present.
Counselor David G. Romero.
Present.
Counselor Barbara Casey.
Here.
Dave Vincent Howell.
Here.
Counselor David A. Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
He's absent, but we'll be calling in shortly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do-
Pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Howell, would you give a moment of silence?
Moment of silence. Please think about how our local government is going to make decisions tonight. Please ask the Lord to give us the guidance to do the right thing. And also think about all of our community members that have passed this last month and keep them in your mind and soul. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Good evening, audience. Welcome to the City of Las Vegas. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move
Council
approval
Casey.
of the agenda as presented.
Second. Councilor Howell, roll call.
Counselor Romero.
Yes.
Counselor Casey.
Yes.
Counselor Howell.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, members of the council, is the approval of the minutes for April the 10th work session, April 17th, which was the regular meeting, and April 26th, which was a special meeting as well.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for April 10th work session, the April 17th regular session, and the April 26th special session, and there were no errors.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Counselor Howell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero.
Yes.
Counselor Casey.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is mayor's appointments.
I have none at this moment.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, members of the council, is mayor's recognitions and proclamations.
And I do have recognitions here today, and Danielle is going to be helping me with it, as well as Emery. We have mayor's recognitions for the West Las Vegas co-ed cheer team. We want to congratulate them for the outstanding job and during the season and their championship. I believe it's a 2-season championship. Congratulations, each and every one of you. We're very, very proud of you. And if there's anything that the city can do to make your year even better upcoming, please let us know. Thank you very much. Okay.
So this is for the West Las Vegas High School Dons varsity co-ed cheer team for placing first at the 2019 cheer state competition in the 3A division for the 3rd consecutive state championship win. Presented to Kristen Cavasso. Amelia Madrid. Preciosa Chavez. Jennifer Chavez. Kennedy Ranchal. Cristiana Garcia. Olivia Gallegos. Celia Lobato. Andrea Ulibarri. Elena Gomez. Candy Gonzalez. Candy Gonzalez. Nathan Urioste. Andrea Gomez. Is it Ron Hara? Julianne Lucero. Angelina Garcia. Tiffany Montano. Alicia Urioste. Marissa Hernandez. Haley Marquez. Is it? Is it Asa Vigil? Amber Trujillo. Jesslyn Padilla. Josephine Morales. Luna Gonzalez. Coach Isabel Cavazos. Coach Candice Maestas. And Coach Lawrence Moldez. And Elizabeth Rodriguez.
Vegas is extremely honored and humbled by the incredible experience that each and every one brings to the city, the recognition, the hard work, your dedication, the dedication from your coaches, your parents, and everybody that's involved. We couldn't say enough for all that you've done. Again, congratulations. The city is here. We're determined to help you any way that we can. Coaches, if you ever need us, please know we're here for you. Thank you. What a great honor.
Congratulations. Wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you for making us all proud. Congratulations.
That's great.
Great job.
Congratulations.
So proud of you. Each and every one.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
You girls are awesome.
Yeah.
How was it, Don?
Congratulations.
The next one is
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
They don't have the programs that you guys have now. You're so lucky.
Congratulations.
I hear very well.
Great job. Great job.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Great job.
Congratulations.
Wonderful. Wonderful again.
Congratulations.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
Paul.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Wonderful.
Congratulations.
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 Congratulations. Congratulations. All right.
Yes. Anne-Marie has my book. That's the form.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at capacity now, we're good.
Yeah.
We're going to 20. We are good to go. So I thought let's move quickly here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, West Las Vegas. That was awesome.
Yes, absolutely.
The next item is public input, and the first person we have is Pat Romero. Pat Romero? Oh, there you are. Hold on.
Good evening, Mr. Romero.
We'll do it as this way. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Pat Romero. I'm totally against spot zoning. I have property in the vicinity, and I really don't want it to change from residential to who knows what. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Romero.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. Okay. All right.
Okay.
The next person on public input is Dr. Mary Schipper.
Good evening, Dr. Schiffer.
Good evening,
Good.
Mayor and councilors. I just want to reinforce the petition, protest petition that we already sent to each of you, and let you know that we are really not in favor of commercial rezoning of the 21.3 acre parcel between 8th and 7th Street that isn't too far from Sperry or Williams as well. This land is in the midst of a very stable, well-established, hardworking and tax-paying group of residents. It's a residential neighborhood. It is a neighborhood that has had no commercial. From 8th Street has had no commercial development from Mills north. And so to put commercial zoning in the midst of a very well-established residential neighborhood really is spot zoning. It's not the kind of zoning that anyone in planning, city planning, would want to be associated with. It's very unfavorably looked upon in the courts because it suggests that favor is being paid to the people that want to have the rezoning happen. And I would like to ask at this time if everyone in the audience that is here in opposition to the rezoning to C3 might stand up.
You need to address the council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, and they can come up individually, or you can speak on their behalf.
Can they not stand?
Well,
I just wanted them to stand so that you would have a chance to see that there are a lot of people. We don't all want to speak and take your very valuable time,
Okay.
but we do want you to know that we are in opposition and
Thank
we
you.
are organized.
Thank you very much.
Could we please have the group stand? Would it be possible?
have them
Please
stand.
stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
The next person on public input is Jerry Brasilag. Sorry. I don't want to chop that one up, but I might have. I apologize.
Hi, my name is Jerry Brasilag. You
Oh,
may
my
be familiar
goodness.
from the calls I've made to each of you, and thank you so much. And particularly someone's father that was so kind to me when I called him several times today. I just happened to look at, my husband and I moved here 35 years ago. And I'm just looking at this and thinking, my brother was a surveyor up in the mountains. It attracted me from the Midwest and the prairie, just the beauty of it and the peacefulness of it and the small community and such a sense of history here. And I like the idea of the Meadow City. I've always thought of it as that. I don't want to see it turn into the concrete jungle. I moved here because it was the Meadow City. I've been working with Max Trujillo, the county commissioner, whom I just met yesterday for the first time, and he asked if I would read. He's presently attending a meeting of county commissioners in Pecos, couldn't be here today. Asked that his position on the change in zoning be read in this meeting, and I quote from Mr. Trujillo, "I would support the property as remaining residential or green space for the city. I've expressed concerns from my constituents who live in the county adjacent to this property." So I thank Mr. Trujillo for the help that he's given me, and would again ask you please to consider that this has been a lovely place to have our children and our grandchildren. We've felt safe. We have a nice, wonderful neighbor link connection who watches over each other, and I would like to see that continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person on public input is Douglas Hughes. Mayor, Council, since we are going to have a public hearing, can we refrain from having everyone in public input? Can they just wait until we have the actual public hearing?
We can do that if you choose to, but the bottom line is this. Under the rules, let me explain this. Under the rules of public hearing, you have your right to your public hearing input. I am not going to refrain at this point in time. If you want to speak twice during the actual public input process and also during the public input hearing, that is your decision. Or you can also, during the public input hearing, have one spokesperson for all of you if you're going to speak. But that is up to you. We cannot deny you a public input participation once you've signed up. So that's essentially going to be up to you. So I would... All right. Let's continue. Go ahead.
Douglas Hughes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, City Council, I would like to get the City of Las Vegas to adopt a policy of not allowing retail stores to use disposable plastic bags, which are ending up in the waterways and trash of our planet. Many countries have banned plastic bags. The state of California, other cities, including Santa Fe and Albuquerque, are working on this same thing. We are trashing our planet to the point where it will not sustain us. Jared Diamond, who wrote a book and researched the book, Collapse, estimates that by the year 2050, we will have eliminated ourselves. Now, I'll be dead at that point. Most people in this room, if I can estimate, will also be dead at that point. But our children, our grandchildren, need a place to live. It's really dicey. We may not make it. This is important. I know we've got other things to do, and it happens all the time. That we have other things to do, like just taking care of our own little selves. We've got to do something bigger this time. At least just this one little thing. It's not cost effective for big old Walmart to hand out biodegradable bags. It costs them another 3 to 5 cents a bag. Who cares? The customer can pay it, or Walmart can pay it, or all the stores can pay that stuff. We don't need more plastic on this earth. So I want to have this added to the agenda for maybe next month. But I'll be back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Carol Bess on Gallinas River Park. Good afternoon.
Honorable Mayor, City Manager, and City Council, I first want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this meeting tonight. I'm a member of the community, and I'm also a volunteer with the Gallinas River Park Collaborative. The Collaborative is currently involved in a revitalization of the river and a creation of a green space as a community park along the river. We receive strong support from individuals and groups and organizations in the city. And our volunteer work days, the volunteer force is very strong. It's an inspiring project. We've recently had projects where we've planted cottonwoods and willows and wildflowers and grasses, and we pick up trash, and we've just installed bat houses along the river for the bat habitats. And the volunteers, they come out strong. People are inspired by it. I myself have seen, because I walk along there, I live down on Prince, I've seen an increase in people who are using the park, and I think it's due to the fact of the work that we're doing down there. That it's cleaner, it's more beautiful, it just feels more vital, and people are talking about it. So I think going for a walk along there is like, people are saying, do you go along the river? It's really cool lately. The park's I think the park's a really good reflection on the community. It shows, that we care, and it fosters a sense of pride in our community. It runs right through the middle of the city. And the support that the city has given us has been just amazing so far, and the continued effort to support it is truly, appreciated. The scope of the park project, requires partnership of all these aspects of individuals, groups, organizations, in order for it to continue to grow. And I believe I speak for many people in the community when I urge the city to financially support with the budget to support this project, and to also offer long-term commitment to the care of the park and continued revitalization of our beautiful river that runs through the city. It's an incredible blessing that we have this, and we really, really need to take care of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Marshall Poole, Animal Welfare. Good evening, Mr. Poole.
Good evening, Mr. Poole.
Madam Mayor, councilors. This is some figures for April. I'll make this short. We took in 141 animals. That's 4.7, nearly 5 animals a day, every day. 83 dogs, including 28 puppies, 58 cats, including 42 kittens. 82 of the dogs came in unidentified. We have no idea who they are. 81 of them had no evidence of rabies vaccine. We returned 15 animals to their guardians. We adopted 14 additional animals to citizens. And we transported 74 cats and dogs to Colorado and other places for adoption. We had 4 bite holds this month. That means the animals did not have a rabies certificate and had to be observed for 10 days for rabies symptoms. We transport 27 citizens took advantage of our $25 spay-neuter program. They drop them off in the morning, we transport them to Santa Fe, spay and neuter them, bring them back with all their medications, and they get rabies vaccine and a chip, microchip, for $25. And we also transported 17 just strays and other animals that have been surrendered by owners for that spay and neuter service. We do a monthly feature on KRQE in Albuquerque, highlighting the shelter and usually bringing in a dog that could be adopted. We did participate in the NMHU inaugural Pride Parade. We had a float in that. 2 local businesses hosted fundraisers for us this year. One of them was Gato Yoga by Buena Vista Physical Therapy and Wellness. Cats all over the room. Nobody knows how to stretch like a cat to inspire the yoga participants. And also Pups and Pints by Borrachos Craft Brews and Beers. They held a fundraiser for us as well. We hosted a meeting for about 6 statewide shelters here in Las Vegas. Did a tour of our shelter, and what we're doing is meeting every 3 months to compare issues that are in our different communities and offer help and suggestions about how to deal with those issues. And then we've got 2 fairs coming up, 2 pet health fairs, one in August and one in October. They'll be on a Saturday. We think we're going to charge $5 an animal, but we haven't decided that. People could bring up to 2 animals. They'd be seen by a vet, get a rabies shot, any other shots that they may need, and get evaluated by the vet for any suggestions for health issues that they may need. And then we'll recruit those people for our $25 spay neuter program. Our whole effort is to reduce the number of the overpopulation of unwanted animals in the community.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Cool. The next person on the public input is Diana Springer, zone change.
Have to begin.
Good
Madam
evening,
Mayor,
Mr.
Councilman, Councilwoman. I haven't been to a meeting in ever so long, and it's exciting. I feel like I'm getting caught up on our town. I'm glad to be here just to share the support for the Tierra Encantada being able to do the wonderful work they do with the farmers market. I know it could include a C1 zoning change. I just have to say, though, how absolutely wonderful it is to have our 2 farmers markets. Recently, our garden club in our region hosted the entire state garden clubs of everywhere. 81 people came, and they were so impressed that we had the 2 farmers markets. We learned from our mayor about the food desert, the shortage of food for the west side, and that even makes it far more important that we have the wonderful west side farmers market going. I myself shop there and am really pleased to see the variety. I love going to both farmers markets. And my last little plug is that we just finished our last class of Master Gardeners today from New Mexico State University, sent wonderful professors and instructors. So as a Master Gardener intern, we do 20 hours of community service education. And these folks, Cordia, has been wonderful to say that we could have a table at every month at the farmers market this summer. And that way we can have our table, share information if people have questions about gardening, and also do our volunteer hours. So I wholeheartedly support this wonderful farmers market, and I hope you can as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Georgina Ortega, zone change.
Good evening, Ms. Ortega.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, public. Thank you. Again, we're here discussing a food desert on the west side. And why are we even doing that? I mean, it's a no-brainer. There's no fresh food on the west side. Most of the low-income people live on the west side, the majority of them do. But yet, we have, what is it, the gas station, the dollar store. Do you guys eat from those places? Probably not. And the majority of the people don't, except people on the west side. And I hope that you seriously consider this, because we need the farmers market on the west side. It's lovely it's on the east side. You guys have all the grocery stores. You don't have to eat from the gas station and some of these other places that are, I mean, the dietary intake there is horrendous. No wonder that they've got all these, what is it, sugar, diabetes, high blood pressure, whatever. I mean, if you had to eat and rely on that type of food, you would be dead also in a very short time. So I want you to really consider this zoning, because we need that here on the west side. I'm only 2 blocks from this farmer's market, and I love going there. And I have a community garden. It's still going. I'm going to be planting again. It's open to the public. The land is ours, but we offered the space for people to go and plant. We have a well, so we're not using city water. We have a water containment, a catchment we can use. But please we are in a food desert. And for one day, I would like you guys to go out there and eat all your food in those establishments and tell me what kind of a digestive system you're going to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Miguel Angel.
Good evening, Mr. Kid.
Madam Mayor, Council, I want to speak in favor of the rezoning of the property on Mills and Hot Springs Boulevard in order to accommodate the Tierra Encantada Farmers Market. I'm hoping that the farmers market will remain on this spot. And I want to remind the council that we on the west side are overjoyed that we have a fresh food outlet on our side of town. And Georgina mentioned we have not one grocery store on the west side. It's astounding, incredible that we can make that statement. So I'm hoping that the rezoning of the property is just a formality, just as I would not like to see the Newtown Farmers Market in any jeopardy of closing or moving. I feel strongly that the council should approve of the necessary rezoning of the Tierra Encantada Farmers Market as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Angel.
Thank you. The next person is Patricia Minor.
Good evening. How are you, Ms. Miller?
So I'm from Guadalupe County. I drive up from Delia probably the last 6 years to go to the farmer's market. In the last 2 years, being Encantada, I've been coming to that. I attend both. I enjoy the diversity that from both markets. I don't feel like there's any conflict in selling or in products offered, or I don't know. It seems like they both do well. I've heard that both markets have increased in profits, so there's not a problem, one's one against the other, I don't think. And I like the fact that the West Side has a market. I know people that walk there. I know people that now participate there that live on the West Side because it's easy to get there. It's close. So I'd like to see both of them flourish as they have been these last 2 years. I don't see any reason. I think they were zoned. I don't really understand why it got unzoned, but I ask that you rezone it back and let it stay that way forever.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Andy Trujillo, zoning change.
Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
City Manager and Councilor, thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm here about the zoning change for the 21 acres. I spoke a few weeks back, or a month ago. We're planning to move here from Albuquerque. We lived here for many years, my wife and I, and we're excited to be moving back and to see all these folks involved in the city and helping change it, help it grow. And as far as the zoning, I am against it. The house we were looking at is close to this area, and it's been a tough decision on whether to move forward with this zoning thing in mind. I think changing it to a C3, is that correct, C3, would ruin the community in its present form as a home community, as families growing up. I heard from one neighbor, future neighbor, that their kids are growing up, a lot of them. They've raised their kids, and if this zoning goes through, they're willing to move. And I don't think the city can afford to lose any more people. We want it to grow, not for people to move away because it's becoming something they didn't plan for weren't looking for and are not, you know, they moved here for a reason. I wanted to just thank the City Council for even considering all the things that we talked about and the changes that we hope to see. Again, I hope they do not zone it Z3. They can put anything they want once it's zone 3. We won't have a say in it. This is our only chance to speak, other than the next meeting that you just mentioned a while ago. Thank you for letting us speak tonight individually. Again, there's lots of reasons to not put just anything that goes in there. There's noise, you know, pollution, light pollution, all kinds of things. I'm not sure why there's an easement on 8th Street when there's never been commercial things on 8th Street, but that's where one of the entrances is. That's probably the main entrance. The one off of 7th Street is a lot narrower. But then there's a little portion zoned commercial already, but the rest is zoned residential. And I think the neighbors and everybody would like to see it remain that way. And so we'll just keep fighting. We'll just keep, giving our voice to our ideas, and hope that people are listening and vote against it.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I wanted to mention one more thing, not with zoning, but with the farmers market. I know recently they lost a farmer that passed away that was very influential in the markets. And so I wanted to send my condolences to those involved in the farmers market. And, it's a sad thing to lose one of the farmers. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Billy Rogers on zoning change.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, and the public. My name is Billy Rogers, and I've spoken to you sometime before about my opposition to the zone change of the 21.7 acres. The basis of my opposition is that the developer has no basic plan. All they want to do is change the property from residential to commercial, but there's no development plan. What is going to go in there? We have no idea. And this is my basic opposition. And I can relate to you about the Rogers family. And I'm proud to say that back in 1972, we had the opportunity of putting in Piggly Wiggly and TG&Y at the corner of 7th and Mills. But we had a development plan, and we appeared before zoning and planning. People knew what was going to go there, and it passed before the council. It passed, and so we went ahead with the development. In 1986, we embarked on a project with Walgreens and the Blockbuster video store that's there now. There was a zone change. People knew what was going to go in there ahead of time. And it appeared before the council. It was approved. And so this led to the development of all the commercial property north of Mills Avenue, and I'm proud to say that we had some part of it. So my basic objection is, unless there is a plan by the people that are wanting the zone change, I'm opposed to that because we have no idea what that plan is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. The next person is Dr. Jim Allery.
Madam Mayor, it's a pleasure to be here. Councilman, Councilwoman, it's wonderful to be here. City Manager, and our chief of police. I have to say that because his daughter worked for me for 2 years. I just found out. Anyway, what I would like to say is this, is that when someone mentioned a while ago that there's only one place to get into that 8th Street area, it is probably 75 feet from my front door. In other words, the only ingress into that area is right from my driveway right into the driveway of the property. And that's going to cause an interesting situation, especially for our policemen trying to control what's going on 8th Street and Williams. Williams Drive has a three-way stop there, and periodically you always see some accidents there. Then we'd come back another 50 feet or 100 feet or 200 feet, and then all of a sudden you see somebody trying to go into this property, and it's going to be heavens for us to be able to try to get out from our property. I have nothing against the bank for doing what they're doing. I think they're trying to make a sound business decision. But I think that I would like for them to possibly think about withdrawing their proposal. I would like to think that if they were to come back, that you see that there was a strong group of people here, that maybe they should have started off with us sitting down and talking about what they want to do and how they might be able to do it without impacting everyone, really, truly, from Williams and beyond Williams too, up to Sugar Avenue, all the way beyond Sperry, beyond the other areas there, because it is going to impact us tremendously. And we've all made quite a effort to keep our property up, to see what we can do in order to be able to be good stewards of our places. Therefore, I would hope that when you do address this later on this evening, that you deny the proposal by First Community Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray.
Thank you. Next person is Mr. Joe Cooney.
Good evening.
Madam Mayor, council members. First, I'd like to speak a little bit about the farmers market. I really think they're an asset to our community. And that zoning change is in an area that's already very commercial. It's very close to the corner of Hot Springs and Mills. So that kind of a zoning change makes complete sense. It's a positive thing, and it's in a commercial area. The other zoning change, the one that I'm opposed to, is the 21-acre one. And there couldn't be a bigger contrast between the two. That one is in a residential area with no commercial development. Now, I was here last month. You heard me give my spiel. I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I don't want to waste your time. So you know all the reasons why I'm opposed and my fellow neighbors are opposed to that change. A little bit of new information. We met with the bank. We met with Mr. Swanson, the president of the bank. And at that meeting, he said that the bank was willing to subdivide the property. They're very anxious to sell it. If they could sell half of it, they would. So I just want to put that out there, that there is some flexibility there. It just hasn't been explored. I think in your packets you still have the petition that I submitted last time, 56 signatures. That's just the tip of the iceberg. You know, out in the lobby today, I got 7 more signatures of people who are opposed to this change. Dr. Mary Shipper, she has a petition she submitted to you guys of actual property owners of adjoining properties within 100 feet. And all 20 of them are opposed to the change. So I know in your role, you often have to balance things, the interests of this group versus the interests of that group. To me, this seems like a pretty simple decision. You know, you have almost unanimous, as far as I know, unanimous opposition to it among the people who live in the neighborhood. And then you have the bank trying to get out from under a property they don't want. So I hope that that's an easy decision for you to make. somebody mentioned earlier that in our town, we have all this vacant commercial property. That's where commercial development should happen. If there's going to be new commercial development, it should be happening in areas that are already commercial, where we have vacant storefronts and such, not in a residential neighborhood. And the last thing I want to leave you with is a photograph that I took this morning. This is of a sign that the real estate company put up in front of this property. I don't know if you can read it from where you are. I'll give it to the clerk, but it's the same sign they've had up for the past 2 years. It says commercial zoning. They are calling this property commercially zoned, and they have been for 2 years, even though it's not. I think that's disrespectful to you that they've done that.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Widslick on lodger's tax.
Good evening, Mr. Slick. How are you?
Madam Mayor, City Council, tonight Community Development will recommend you authorize lodger's tax to continue a New Mexico True Advertising partnership with the New Mexico Department of Tourism. Let me tell you the role that New Mexico True Advertising has played in the past. The handout has lots of detail, but key information is summarized on the first page. There are 3 stages to successful advertising: awareness, consideration, and decision. Awareness advertising lets the public know a product exists. In this case, there is also a Las Vegas in New Mexico. Consideration advertising puts a specific message in front of an already aware public. One example would be fiestas happen in Las Vegas, New Mexico over the 4th of July. The final stage of advertising is decision. People are looking for something to do the 4th of July. They are aware of Las Vegas, New Mexico, and they consider fiestas an option. They go to the city tourism website where they see great fiesta pictures and entertainment, so they decide to book a room. It takes all 3 stages of advertising to get that room booked. The primary thrust of New Mexico True advertising is awareness. Billboards reach out to 22 million people to let them know that there is a Las Vegas in New Mexico. The secondary thrust of New Mexico True advertising is consideration. Full-page ads and advertorials in Texas Monthly, Albuquerque the Magazine, New Mexico Magazine, and New Mexico True Adventure Guide asked 4 million people to consider Las Vegas, New Mexico, and encourage them to go to the city tourism website. Google Analytics on the city tourism website can measure how successful NM True advertising is in getting people to the decision stage. City lodgers tax collections can measure how successful the city tourism website is in getting those people to visit Las Vegas. Since Las Vegas started partnering with the New Mexico Department of Tourism, annual lodgers tax collections have increased $136,000, a 60% increase. This means $5 million more of overnight visitor spending will circulate in the Las Vegas economy this year. NM True advertising, for which the city only pays half, has contributed to that additional money. Please vote to continue NM True advertising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
The final person is Mr. Emilio Aragon on farmers.
Good evening, Mr. Aragon.
Councilors, just briefly, I wanted to talk about the River Park. I donated a trash can, but we could sure use like 4 more. just for people. People have their lunch there at noon, and they don't have a receptacle. So I don't know if the city could just, just regular trash cans. And we're hoping that maybe about 4 of them. Okay, on the plastic side, I don't know if you heard about the whales that are bleaching themselves and dying with plastic. They've ingested so much plastic. But anything on the positive side of all this plastic and our ecology is our farmers market. And these two ladies are doing a great job. I don't know what time they get there in the morning because I've been there early and they're already there organizing and getting the people going.
Mr. Aragon, could you please address the council? Thank you.
So I'm very proud of those ladies, and I like to help them as much as we can, and I hope that you do with the zoning also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aragon. That concludes our public input for this evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is presentations. The first one is presentation by Lorianne Encinias, Gina Harris, and Zachary McNellis, winners presenting book reading contest winner awards.
Good evening.
Zachary.
How are you?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councilors. We come before you today to present the winners of the 3rd annual book reading contest at Carnegie Library. This year we had 16 participants turn in registration forms, but only 10 followed through completely by turning in the reading logs. And so those are the 10 that we're going to be presenting the prizes to today. So I'll leave it up to Lori.
Okay, the first person is Miles Kavanaugh. Next person, David Tenorio. David Tenorio.
He's coming.
Always count. Okay, and then we have Deidre Tenorio. Isaac Benavides. Braden Chavez is not here tonight. Diego Tenorio. Joanna Lucero. Ariana Lucero. Elena Baker, and we couldn't make it tonight. And our last one is Marisa or Marissa. I'm not sure how she pronounces it.
Congratulations to each and every one of you. Could you turn around and congratulate the council, the governing body? Step up here, starting here. First step, over here, Steve. Right, and there we go. Okay, shake it, and there we go. You had it the hardest. You were the first one up. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations.
Wait, just a minute. Hold on a minute. What's in the bags?
Why don't you two get in here so they can take some photo shoots?
Yeah, just to explain a little bit about what the rules were and whatnot. For our contest, they had to be kids at either East or West School District, not necessarily in one of those schools. They can be homeschooled, they could be privately taught, whatever the case was, but they have had to live in one of the school districts. And so that was the first one. The second rule we had was that they had to be in grades 1st through 6th. So everyone you see before you is between those grade levels. And then the final rule was we were judging it based off of number of pages read, not number of books read. So we had some kids here read upwards of 14,000 pages and some that were in the 500-600 page range.
Wow, that's great. Thank you. Both of you.
What's in the bags?
Thank you very much and congratulations. Great job, all of you.
One last thing I wanted to announce, and the people who took first place in your bags, you guys will find a miniature tote bag that you guys can color on. It's deals with our theme for our summer reading program this year, which is space exploration and whatnot, because it's the anniversary of the moon landing. Within that, you'll also find the main prize, which for first place was $50 and second place was $25.
Great job.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, library staff. The next item on the agenda is the presentation by Chief Dave Bibb on certificates of appreciation. Chief Bibb.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, just briefly, the backstory behind these certificates. April 24th of this year, we learned of the loss of a pillar of the community, Matt Sandoval. Shortly after learning that, Madam Mayor, if I may, I received a call from the mayor, and she wanted to know what we as the city could do for the Sandoval family. And what I expressed to her was we would be honored to give Judge Sandoval full honors at his funeral. Shortly thereafter, after your conversation with Mrs. Sandoval, we got the green light, and we realized in fairly short order that this was going to be not a singular undertaking, but rather a true community effort. And with that in mind, I have drafted certificates of appreciation to the Las Vegas Fire Department, the San Miguel County Fire Department, Highlands University Police Department, San Miguel Sheriff's Office, New Mexico State Police District 2, the Santa Fe Police Department, the Mora County Sheriff's Department, and Rio Rancho PD. So it is with a sense that is truly bittersweet that I will be presenting these. Bitter in the fact that we had to say goodbye to a friend, but sweet in that Mrs. Sandoval, and I dare say the community, saw a well done send-off for Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate that.
So first, if I can call forward Chief Billy Montoya. Deputy Eric Esquivel of the San Miguel Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Amos Espinosa from Mora County Sheriff's Department. Sergeant Theo Chavez of the New Mexico Highlands University Police Department. And Sergeant Mark Alsfeld from New Mexico State Police District 2. And finally, Officer Richard Johnston of the Santa Fe Police Department. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you all, gentlemen, for all the hard work, the dedication, and the commitment that you continue to give, not only to the city of Las Vegas, but to the state of New Mexico. We are honored and blessed to have you here this evening. And again, I want to thank our chief for organizing this outstanding job that you did during the services. And I am quite certain not only did Ms. Sandoval appreciate it, but also the community. Thank you all very, very much for all your hard work, dedication, and commitment. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next presentation is by Utilities Director Maria Gilberry on certificates of appreciation to Water and Wastewater Division employees.
Good evening,
Ms.
Ms.
Gilberry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councilors, or manager.
Do you need help?
Probably.
Yes. Do you need help?
Let me read this first. And then, thank you. I'm here today to recognize some of my outstanding employees. So in recognition of staff members' ongoing tireless efforts during recent emergencies and for working well beyond standard hours to ensure safe, quality water, along with the prioritization of the health and safety of the residents of Las Vegas and the environment for communities downstream of our wastewater plant. In November of 2018 and February of 2019, due to a power outage at the water treatment plant, the volume of treated water production was reduced, resulting in impact to the residents of the city of Las Vegas at Camp Luna. Water treatment plant and water distribution staff maintained 24-hour coverage for several weeks to maximize production, ensure water quality exceeded safe drinking water standards, all while maintaining direct communication with the New Mexico Environment Department Drinking Water Bureau. Critical staff members were on hand for upwards of 32 straight hours during the holidays to troubleshoot the initial challenges, coordinate with contractors, and develop a long-term solution. On the 13th and 14th of March of 2019, the city and the county experienced a widespread power outage in excess of 24 hours, which resulted in an impact to the water and wastewater treatment plants. Water treatment plant staff maintained 24-hour coverage to ensure continuity of service, to operate and maintain disinfection and filtration processes in manual control, and to provide rapid response for any system condition changes due to the fluctuations in power supply. Since wastewater treatment plant staff could not leave the property, water treatment plant and distribution staff assisted by inspecting lift stations, acquiring septic hauler services, and cleaning out the lift stations that were backing up due to the lack of power for the pumps. The wastewater treatment plant the wastewater treatment plant itself was greatly impacted as the transmission lines were damaged. Several power poles were broken with lines laying across the access road to the plant. This was a critical situation for the plant, as without power, the system could not remain operational, potentially resulting in untreated wastewater discharging into the river. Due to the nature of the plant, the treatment system could not be shut down to wait until power was restored. Staff were unable to enter or leave the property until PNM made it safe. PNM did assist in providing limited access for essential personnel. Staff immediately jumped into action, worked tirelessly to maintain the operations of the plant. The priorities were to assess the needs of the plant, provide temporary electrical service, restore services to the lift stations. The requirement was to maintain the treatment process without any violation of EPA standards. Staff determined that the on-site generators would not meet the needs of the plant for an extended period. With the expectation from PNM that power would possibly be out for a few days, the staff responded quickly to obtain portable generator services from Power Generator out of Albuquerque They coordinated directly with P&M, Electric Horseman, and DAG for those emergency services to restore power pretty quickly. Due to their rapid response, we had a generator by 5 o'clock that evening, so in about 5 hours they were able to get temporary power. With power provided to the plant soon thereafter. To ensure the continuity of wastewater treatment services as well as the health and safety of our environment, the city and contracted staff responded with a 24-hour plant coverage. The staff's quick response ensured that the environment and the health and safety of our community were not impacted. When I read your name, will you please come up, accept your certificate of appreciation, and then present yourself to the council and shake their hands. And I'd also like for you to stand there so we can get a group picture when we're done. So from water treatment and distribution, I would like to thank Frank Baca. Dominic Matas and is actually sick today, and Jesus Hathaway is at a baseball game with his family, I believe. Michael Helm. Isaac Trujillo. Angelo Aliris. Archie Alamon. Travis Hearn, Robbie Espinosa, David Palomino, Bernadette Gold, and Cody Stumberg. I might have Marvin Martinez and Keith Hill come join us. They are the crew leaders, they're the team leaders for these two crews, and without them, it would have also been a serious challenge. So I thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you. Madam Mayor, councilors, Madam Manager, I am so proud of this team. Well, it was a big challenge. And these gentlemen and ladies stepped up and were tremendous in keeping our community safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Mike.
We're close. You guys know each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Almost there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Gilberry. The next item is presentation by Utilities Director Maria Gilberry on the peak shaving plant.
Madam Mayor, councilors.
Good evening,
Madam Manager. I'm here to talk today about an update on the peak shaving plant decommissioning. Just a little bit of a background, just for clarification. It was July of 1975 that the city completed a project to have a peak shaving plant installed at a cost of $13,000 to the city. The purpose of a peak shaving plant is to provide a propane air mixture into the natural gas system when there's a gas shortage, so that we can kind of fill that gap whenever we do have a natural gas shortage. This has never occurred in the 44 years of that plant's existence. And as of now, well, as of several decades ago, the plant is fully depreciated. There was a natural gas outage that impacted other areas of New Mexico in 2011, and so we had WH Pacific tasked with evaluating our peak shaving plant to see if it could be rehabilitated or replaced, or if it could be decommissioned. The analysis came back that with newer regulations and requirements, The cost of repairing it would be nearly $4 million, and the cost of replacing it would be nearly $6 million. For several reasons, including safety concerns, the lack of the use of the facility, and the cost to make the facility usable, the determination was made to decommission the plant. Decommissioning of these plants is actually common now. Many peak shaving plants around the country have been sitting idle for years. They do get used on occasion, but much bigger systems will use them for little gaps to fill in a day here, an hour there. It being 44 years since this has been used, it has deteriorated a great deal. Initially, staff reached out to local companies to see about just having the propane removed. That was one of our safety concerns, was having propane sitting in this deteriorating tank. All the local firms came back with they wouldn't be able to do it. They don't have the equipment to extract. If the city was to purchase the equipment and take over responsibility, they might consider it. But due to their vendors, them not wanting their vendors to lose any money, they really weren't willing to pay the city for the propane that was in those tanks. And by the way, the propane that is in those tanks normally has an odorant that way if there is a leakage, it can be smelled. The odorant is long gone, has long dissipated. So staff and engineers on the decommissioning project reached out to contractors. This was the next step. What can we do to decommission this plant? So to fully decommission it, the propane must be extracted, and there is a specific process for that. It requires special equipment. It must be reodorized. The company that comes and removes the propane must reodorize it right away before they can even transport it. The tanks are dismantled, the concrete pads are removed, and the property is restored to as much of the natural conditions as possible. Again, this does require special equipment, environmental procedures, permits, and very specific licenses. So as we were trying to get a feel for what we could possibly do here, we got multiple responses from potential companies that could do this kind of work. One said it would cost us $98,000 to decommission it, and they would take the tanks and the propane. Continuing with our investigation, we ended up with somebody mentioning that they would do that, and they would take the propane and the tanks, and there would be no charge to the city. And then another company mentioned they would pay the city $10,000. So we had a wide range from being paid $10,000 to paying $98,000 to make this area safe. So having that big, wide range, what we decided to do was go ahead and put this out for bid, doing our normal bid process. But we're going to have lines in the bid that say, how much will you pay the city for the propane? How much will you pay the city for the tanks? Take it all with you. When you're done, we don't want to see any of it. And then, how much is the cost of the decommissioning process? So we can do a difference between the two, and from that, select a contractor that has all the requirements, all the permits, as well as gives us the best deal for the city. It is possible the city could end up being paid $10,000 for the removal, upwards of $10,000 for the removal of this equipment. And again, the equipment cost us $13,000 in 1975. So I could have do modern day value for that, but at least we'll be able to put it back into a safe condition and move forward. So we expect to be putting this bid out in June. After that, once we have respondents, it will go back before council, even though it may not cost the city any money, because it is city property. I'm going to bring it back before council so the council is fully aware of what we'll receive for that propane and what we'll receive for the tanks and what the cost and obviously the schedule is. So we're really excited about this project. It was actually tasked to me when I was utilities technical assistant back in 2011. So I've been working on this project for a while, and I'm excited to move forward with it. If there's any questions?
Questions, comments? I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where exactly is the location of the plant?
Mullins Drive.
Are those the tanks that were filled like in 2000?
We went back and looked, Mayor. You had asked me the question before. I went back and researched it. We have no record of anything filling those tanks in the last several decades. It does. The history of those tanks being filled precede any of my current records.
Okay. And you realize that propane does not expire?
Propane does not expire, yes, ma'am. That's why, yes, Madam Mayor, that's why we do expect them to pay us a good rate for that propane. They will be able to reuse it and resell it. They just need to put odorant in it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you estimate about how much propane is in there right now?
I'll have to get back to you, Counselor, on that one.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you very much. Great news.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Gilberry. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's report. And I have just a short report on some updates that we have and some events that will be taking place in the near future. We are planning a public budget hearing on May the 22nd at 1:30, which is next Wednesday in the council chambers. And that would be our public hearing for our budget hearing of the 2020 preliminary budget. We won't be bringing a resolution to mayor and council until early July. But we do want to have conduct the public hearing, have mayor and council review the preliminary budget, ask questions, have we included everything that we need to include, or perhaps you have some ideas as well, and we'll also work on those. And so that'll be next Wednesday at 1:30 in the council chambers. We received on another note, we received over 50 applications for the summer youth program. They are currently going through our screening process and will be placed within the city departments. Each student will work at least 20 hours a week for a period of 8 weeks. And so we hope that that is successful. And we're continuing to bring in students as they come in and as we continue to screen them. New Mexico Game and Fish will be conducting a safety training course for our youth on how to safely drive ATVs. And that's going to be on June 28th through June 30th, and that'll be at Rodriguez Park as well. We continue with our safety training. We have two trainings left this year for all of our staff. One will be held on May 22nd. It'll be morning and afternoon on May 22nd at the police department. Thank you, Chief, for letting us have your facilities. And then on May 30th, we'll have the final safety training for the year 2019 for our staff as well. The Recreation Department is getting ready for their summer youth programs, and they're looking at approximately 150 students coming in. We are going to look at possibly extending the roofing project until possibly August, so that we can, because we're going to have the youth there, and we want to make sure that they're safe, so we may extend that date as well. On May the 25th, Game and Fish, along with the City of Las Vegas, will be sponsoring the Harris Pond Family Outdoor Day, and that's starting at 9 a.m. at Harris Park. And that's for families who enjoy the fishing, and it'll be held at Harris. The Police Department, they received 4 BMW motorcycles, if we haven't seen them. I don't know if we've seen them or not. They were donated by the City of Rio Rancho. And yeah, BMWs, so we're real excited about that. And also the training for usage of these vehicles will also be donated by Rio Rancho staff. Am I correct, Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking forward to that. We should have them on board and ready to go by July?
We would love for them to be fully operational by the biker rally.
Awesome.
And that's what we're pushing for.
That's what we're looking at. And I'm sure he'll give you give you a show, because I know he's very proud of them. So ICIP training it will be held on May 17th, just Friday. If you have any ideas or any projects that you want us to look at, please let us know, and that way we can start looking at it and seeing how we can incorporate it into the ICIP plan. The ICIP plan, I believe, is due in early September. So we'll be working on that as well. Letters have been mailed out for liquor license renewals, and those are all due and payable no later than June 30th. And so we're looking at that as well, working with staff to do that. The Solid Waste Department has declared May 18th, 2019 as Amnesty Day. They did warn me about a couple of issues. They will not be receiving any hazardous waste. Only 2 tires per household will be allowed. You must bring a copy of your most current utility bill. And one final thing is that pets are not allowed at the transfer station. Apparently, there's been some safety issues with the pets, and so they will not allow the pets to come in, okay? The gasoline repair RFP, we're looking at that. We're reviewing it, and we'll be releasing the releasing of the RFP shortly. We're currently seeking quotes for repairs on gasoline vehicles until we can acquire a contract, and so we'll start working on that rather quickly. The utility billing process, which was brought up by Councilor Romero, we'll also be having that as well on May 22nd. That'll be our first item agenda. And so Maria Delveri and her staff will be ready to do a presentation for you as well. We are heading into the biggest event of the city of Las Vegas, which is the Fiestas. The staff has been working quite a bit in the planning stages. I know yesterday we were at meetings. We're going to continue to update mayor and council. The motorcycle rally group has also requested, and we're meeting with them as we speak, and so trying to get that moving forward and trying to finalize their plans as well. Little League opening day was scheduled for April 13, 2019, but we didn't finish there. And we had some good news. I'm going to bring Christy Rodarte up here, because he was smiling about his good news that he had, and so I'll let you decide whether it's good news or not. But he worked at it. He worked at this really hard.
Mr. Gabate.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Councilor. I come with good news. We have been awarded the district tournament in the city of Las Vegas.
Awesome.
It'll be June 15th through June 21st. That's not the only good news we have. We've been awarded the state championship tournament.
Wow.
That'll be July 19th through July 26th.
Good work, each and every one of you. You've worked hard for this.
I believe, what age group was it, Christy, in the state? 9, 10?
9, 10, 11, 12, and the softball.
Awesome.
And we also, did you want to speak about your batting cage work?
We have a batting cage being put up at Rodriguez. It's donated. BTU is putting in the concrete, and my staff and a couple of other guys we're doing the footing for the preparation of the batting cage. And then we have a guy from, I can't remember what place he's from, but he's coming in to do the final touches. And we need to get that done by the end of the month.
Exactly. Great job.
So we're loaded.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much.
We'll be really busy between probably June the 1st through Heritage Week, which is the first week in August as well.
Awesome.
So, but we're real proud of our staff in bringing all of those activities into Las Vegas. And so we'll continue to work with everything that we need to do and all the events that want to come into Las Vegas, because I think it's a good thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. That concludes my city manager's report.
Okay, thank you very much.
The next item is the finance report by Ms. Vega.
Good evening, Ms. Vega.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, members of the council. The Finance Department would like to present the revenue and expenditure reports for the month of April. I did list 84%, actual percentages are 83.33%, and which I noted in this 10 months of 12-month period. Total revenues for the general fund, $9,805,129, which is 86%. We've collected 86% of budgeted revenues. Total expenditures, $8,866,928. We've expended 68% of our budgeted expenditures, including transfers. The enterprise funds, total revenues, $14,050,523. Of course, those are reflected on the accrual basis, meaning they're billed, not actually collected monies, which represents 85% of budgeted revenues. Total expenditures, $12,740,641. Total 74% of budgeted expenditures. The Recreation Center has brought actual cash in of $490,688, which includes the transfer in from the general fund of $333,200. And total expenditures are at $467,434. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
Thank you. I just have a quick one. Last month, I asked you about the GRT being up, and I asked what the reason was for that, and you said that it was because of increased construction. And then I was looking at this month, it's also up again, which I think is wonderful. But I'm wondering if we have increased construction, why do we have lower numbers for licenses and fees? Are those permits that we...
Those would be, if you recall, in 2018, we had all those vendors that came in to do the roofing projects and the hail-damaged vehicles. So each one was required to purchase a license, and that's the big difference. That's half what you've noticed. And that would be the only reason to account for the $40,000 difference in total.
Okay. And so some of those licenses have to be purchased in Santa Fe because we don't have a construction person here? Or how does
No, well, they have to get a business license from the city.
They get a business license here?
Yes.
And then the other license comes from Construction Industries Division?
If they're performing construction, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What you're referring to permits?
Permits, building permits, we do issue those too.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, members of the council, is consent agenda items, and we'll have Danelle read them into the record.
Okay, first of all, what is the pleasure of the
I'm
board?
sorry.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3, and that they be read into the record proper by the clerk.
Do we have a second? Second, roll call.
Do I do the roll call first or read it? Councilor Romero?
Yes.
Councilor Howell?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey and a second by Councilor Howell and Councilor Romero. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carried.
Thank you. Could you read them into the record properly?
Consent item 1, approval of crack sealing project on Mills Avenue from Grand Avenue to Hot Springs Boulevard. Total amount $61,844.37. Approval to award request for bid number 2019-10 for the solid waste tipping fees for municipal solid waste per ton to GGH Wagon Mound LLC as the primary landfill and Waste Management of New Mexico Incorporated as the secondary landfill. Approval of Resolution 19-20 of the governing body authorizing the application submission of the New Mexico Community Development Block Grant Program to the Department of Finance and Administration, and authorizing the mayor of the city of Las Vegas as the authorized chief executive officer and authorized representative to participate in the Community Development Block Grant Program.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is going into business items. The first
We're going to take a 5-minute recess at this point.
Oh, all right.
Thank you very much, and that'll give you time to hook up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes, please.
Oh, so you just make a notation that he...
Call this meeting to order.
7:45.
Okay. City Manager, would you continue?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and I believe you want to probably make...
Yes, I'd like to make the announcement that City Councilor David Olivari is participating in the meeting via telephonic conference, and I want to thank our city manager, our clerk, and also Mr. Kenny back there. If we have any problems, don't leave, please. You're the expert in this. Equipment, and I'm going to turn it over, and could you please mark him present for the meeting? Thank you very much.
Yes,
turn it over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item, business item, is item number 1, approval, disapproval of resolution number 19-25, assuring available funds for New Mexico DOT call for projects. Total project cost is $4,122,505.42. 5% city match is $206,125.27. Thank you, Mr. Goodley.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm here to seek approval of resolution 1925, assuring the available funds for the New Mexico DOT call for projects. This is just for the plan design and construction of the 2 roadways that we have on the agenda request there from Legion from 7 to Grand, and we're also looking at doing around from 12th Street and around the plaza and the side streets up to Moreno Street and to Valencia. They're really highly traveled roads right there, and they're really deteriorating pretty quick. So I know Legion, it's on the south side of the hospital, that one's going down pretty quick, and hopefully we can get some money to start some kind of repairs on these roads. And the plaza as well is very highly used for motorcycle rallies and the fiestas, and we need to upgrade it to get the people there and have a nice road and stuff. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
Thank you. The street work is going to go around the park and then to North Gonzales to Valencia Street.
Valencia.
So it'll only be that one block?
Just that one little piece. That's actually a pretty, it's pretty bad right there, actually.
Yeah, it is.
And then actually the one on, Hot Springs as well, too. Valencia, that one actually needs repairs as well, so does the other ones. The one coming out of Las Escuelas goes to west, and we'll do it up to Moreno as well as South Pacific and North Gonzales.
And so do we have plans for North Gonzales in the future to finish out the rest of it to Mills?
Right now, we're looking at the highly used roads, and these ones are on the ICIP plan, so we want to use...
You're going to stick with these first?
Okay.
I do have a couple of corrections to the resolution. They're just little typos, I think. The first one is on the third whereas, line 3, where it lists down Bridge Street around Plaza Park to include Camino de la Escuela. It should be Las Escuelas with an S.
Okay.
And then also on the therefore part, number 2, second here, let me find that on the computer. Number 2, line 2 says transportation project is rewarded. It should be is awarded. And then line 3 of that same paragraph says no, I think it's a different place. Line 3 says is available, it should be,
Oh, I see. It
Yeah.
should say is available.
is available, right.
We'll get those changed out for you in your packet.
Okay, and then also, on that same paragraph, I'm sorry, I missed my notes here, but that first paragraph that I mentioned on Camino de las Escuelas, let's see, the line that ends in parentheses, it says in North Gonzales to end Valencia Street. It should be to end either of Valencia Street or at Valencia Street, but you're missing a preposition there.
I'll go and put that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Are
it.
those noted? Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of resolution number 19-25.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Roll call.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is approval, disapproval of resolution number 19-16, abatement of nuisances located at 1221 San Francisco Street. We have Ms. Virginia Marijo and Jeremiah to present.
Good evening, how are you?
Good evening, Mayor.
Council.
So today we're here for Resolution 19-16, the abatement and nuisance located at 1221 San Francisco Street. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this around Facebook, and even if you pass through San Francisco, you'll see that along the Riverwalk. We did go through multiple stages in order to get to the point where we are today, but we finally were able to find the new owner, go through the process, and get to this point now where we can work to clean up that property.
So we're hoping we can get this property cleaned up. It is, a lot of people that do go through the Riverwalk see it on a daily basis, and they're really disappointed that nothing's getting done till hopefully we can get it done today and move on the process of getting it cleaned. It's a big mess, so we hope to get it cleaned, get it situated to where it, looks nice and people can pass by and say, hey, look, the yard looks nice, and they don't have to look at, rats coming out of there or any kind of animal that's there breeding and being in there as well.
It's a pretty big pile. Stands, I think, well over 6 feet, and it's pretty wide, so.
It pretty much takes up a lot of the property of that big pile. Trash to bricks to branches to pallets, everything just you can think of in there.
Questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
Thank you. Our agenda packet says that the property owner is deceased, and so who pays for the abatement when the owner is deceased?
Actually, there's an update on that. So the property owner is deceased. It went to the county. So we went to the county, talked to the county to see about getting it cleaned up. Well, during that time, it turned out that they transferred it to the new owner. So we were able to approach or send letters out to the new owner.
Okay, so those are the people that were listed. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Do we have a cost estimate of what it's going to cost to?
No,
No.
we haven't got any bids or anything like that.
What we'll be looking at, Counselor, is we'll be looking at possibly doing the abatement in-house. And if they're unable to do it, then we'll go out for cost estimates. And so it's probably better for us to do it in-house if at all possible. And we'll be looking at that first and then going out to seek bids if in fact we need
Okay,
to.
I got a question here is, you mentioned that we can't do rodent control. So you mentioned that there were rats and, so how?
There possibly could be.
What he's saying is that if we leave it there, eventually there is going to be, these different rodents and things that will be living in
There
that
can be
pile.
skunks there, but we can't clean it up. That's what I'm just trying to make a point.
Yeah, the
And we'll
skunks
determine-
are differently.
And we'll
addressed
determine,
by
we
state
can
law.
determine that and
Counselor Help.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we get an estimate on what it is going to cost to abate, and we present that to the new owners, and if they feel that that's not a good estimate, and they're not going to pay it, what do we do?
once we get to this process, we file a lien against the property.
Okay,
And
so
the
then
property
we-
becomes-
Then we have to pay court costs and...
We probably would have to pay the court costs and the fees associated with it, but if it's ever sold, then the city would be the first.
And that's going to take a while, so
Yes, it does.
then the question that Councilor Romero asked about the rodents, what are we going to do with that if it's going to take a long period of time to get this abated?
Well, the abatement actually will happen once it's approved. We'll get that, if it's in-house or if we go through a company. More than likely, we'll do most of it in-house because it's not anything that can be of danger to the staff. But we'll have the abatement, and then we let the owner know, and they'll make the payment or arrangements, or if they don't, then we do the lien on it. But we do the cleanup as soon as we do get approval for it. And the rodent issue, if there are some in there, what we'll do is we'll call pest control to come in and assist with that.
So as soon as you get the approval tonight, you're able to get into the home, or get
As
into
soon
the
as we get the
property?
approval, we'll, of course, there's paperwork that goes along with it. We'll do the paperwork, and then within a week or two, we will be able to do the abatement.
One other thing, Counselor, is that we have an abatement funds just specifically for these projects, and so we just keep turning that money over. You do one abatement, and and then we generate the funds, and we continue to utilize the same abatement funds. So they're set aside just for these purposes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Ulibarri, we're going to be voting on the resolution 1916, abatement of nuisances located at 1221 San Francisco Street, okay?
Okay.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of resolution number 1916, abatement of nuisances located at 1221 San Francisco.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, 2 seconds. Roll call?
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Yulbury Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell and Counselor Yulbury Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam.
Just point of clarification, I know we're going to have two hot items that are next on the agenda. My question is, do we have the policy or the ordinance that allows for the call-in?
Yes, there's a state statute policy, and I cited it to you guys, to the council in an actual memorandum. When we were doing the reorganizational meeting, the state statute's in there.
You're going to get that to us, but we didn't.
No, we actually had cited in there. It should be, if I recall.
Just making sure.
Okay, all these statutes are cited. Let's continue.
Item number 3, approval, disapproval of resolution number 19-24, MOU for the New Mexico True FY 2020 grant. Ms. Virginia Marijo.
So the FY20 grant is a grant that we've been doing for the last few years. It's with the New Mexico State Tourism Department, New Mexico True. They did get this year an increase in budget of $3 million, which allows us to get an increase in matching funds for the advertisement. So what we're looking at is with that to be able to increase our funds so that we can include some video and professional video and photography sessions. I know coming in here, the idea was for, us as staff to do that. But since we've been so busy and a lot of other things going on, this allows us to get a jump start on it anyway. We do live video during Fiestas last year, and the outcome was tremendous. I mean, we had, I believe, 60,000 people that viewed one video alone just on our Facebook page. So we want to increase our video, and we also to be able to produce commercials for television, and we want to increase that photography. So what we wanted to do is take it and add the additional amount in the amount of, so the total amount would be $60,000. And then the match would be another $60,000, so we'd have a total of $120,000 for advertising. And it does include a lot of print. We get advertorials, we get editorials, we get in the Albuquerque Journal, the New Mexico True magazine, New Mexico True Adventure Guide, and then we also, along with that, we get digital. So we get ads in the Albuquerque Airport, we get them in the Dallas Airport. We also get those and some of the digital boards around Albuquerque, and then this also includes adding some ads to Pandora as well. And of course the billboards will have a total of 13 vinyls that we can produce and be able to switch them out per event. So that's what we're asking for the increase. And I know we did a presentation earlier, and I just handed this piece out to you because he did say about Google Analytics, and so I wanted to provide some true numbers to you. So if you look at the analytics of the website, you'll see the page views, and you'll see the top pages listed there. They're listed from the top to the least visited pages on our website. And it starts with Montezuma Hot Springs, 4th of July Fiestas, the home page, and then the events is number 4 on that list. But the big thing is, if you look at it, and the events, the reason I mention that is because that's the URL we use on all the advertisement to get people back to our tourism website. And if you look at it down where it says exit percentage, that basically means the number of people that go into that page and then they leave from that page, because that's basically what they go for, is to get the information they want. And so it's a really high percentage. It's because, besides Fiestas, because that's what they're looking for. They're directly looking for those events that are being promoted with that URL. So that's a really good percentage. However, at the same time, we're going to try to figure out how to work on that webpage, which is a totally different topic I'll talk about later, because we want to continue them through the rest of the website. But those are some numbers that I've attached so that you could take a look at and you can see. Also in your packet is numbers on the impressions and information we get from the billboards. So if you look at it, for example, we have the Fiestas, which made 976,790 impressions alone. Of course, we have a couple events, if you go through that do a lot more than that. We have our general Las Vegas promotion, which is the original Las Vegas one, and it's our winter ad on the billboard. It had 1,860,731 impressions. So we're getting the numbers, and we're getting the ROI, or return on investment, that we want with it, but we do want to increase that a little bit to see how much increase we can get with the video as well. And we did use one video from 2 years ago that New Mexico True did for us. It was on the hot springs, and on our Visit Las Vegas page, that one got really, really high numbers. So that's why we want to continue to try to increase those impressions and those numbers through our tourism promoting.
Great. Questions, comments? Councilor Howe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Maruja, where is the funding, 60,000 going to be coming from?
From lodger's tax. We did have a lodger's tax meeting yesterday, and we did take it to lodger's tax and let them know what we wanted to do. The board did approve the funding of the 60,000.
That was my next question. Lodger's tax had approved or gave the recommendation.
Yes, we did have a little bit of an increase in lodger's tax like last year due to construction, events, filming, those kind of things. So due to that increase, it allows us to have a little more flexibility with it.
136,000.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good, thank you.
And with all the Little League and that, we hope to have a lot more this year.
That'd be great.
We've been trying for this program for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're finally doing it again. So.
It's finally happening. Good job. Counselor Casey.
Thank you. The resolution is to approve going into an MOU with the Las Vegas Independent Business Alliance. Will the MOU be approved by the council? Will we be able to see it when it's ready?
Yes, I would be more than happy to bring the MOU to the council. We do have a deadline to get the grant in, the application. They're working with us on it, but I'd be more than happy to bring that MOU back. And the MOU basically is an understanding between us and Las Vegas First. So what happens is they are able to submit the application because it's a co-op grant. It's not just a single, it's a co-op grant. And then there's a second part to it, which is the Flex grant. So it allows them to submit it, and then we work together on the creative work and the submissions, what's going to go on those boards and that. So it's really nice having the nonprofit and having the city work together on that grant process, considering it is a co-op. So it just allows for us to also have a little more help controlling that, because they have more contact with those organizations on a daily basis. So we can have the communication more clear when we're doing the creative for those.
Okay. You said Las Vegas First, but it's the First Independent Business Alliance.
Yes, Las Vegas First Independent Business Alliance.
On the second whereas, if you look at it on the resolution, it says the city will provide creative and submission of creative work. So there's something missing after the first creative, or it's not necessary, but you need to fix that because it doesn't make any sense like that.
It's basically saying that
the city will provide creative what?
Yeah, that's what they call the artwork. So it's basically the artwork. It's considered creative when you're dealing with the New Mexico Tourism Department. So, for example, they'll call in and say, we need your creative work for this billboard or that billboard.
So then you need the word work after that first creative. Okay. And then this was a very nice booklet, but on page 14, number 1, it says Conchos Lake Walleye Tournaments. Be Conchas Lake with an A. So we need to fix the spelling on that too.
Yeah, and I think that's basically something Wood puts together, but that's why I look over everything after.
So that's a draft?
Yeah, that's a draft. So.
Okay, so that can be corrected also, so that people know that we know how to spell Conchas.
And it is corrected in the paperwork I submit, so.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, that's all.
Any other questions?
You mentioned that this has already gone before Lodgers?
Yes.
Board? Okay, I just looked up the agenda for the Lodgers board meeting that was yesterday. And all I see on the agenda was funding update on New Mexico True Grant.
Yeah, I do apologize. It wasn't yesterday's agenda. It was April. Yeah, it was April's agenda that it was on.
Okay.
Yeah. And the minutes are available on the website as well for that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Okay, before we vote, Councilor Rivera, we're going to be moving forward with voting on resolution number 1924, MOU for the New Mexico True FY20 grant.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Howell.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution number 19-24 MOU for the New Mexico True FY20 grant.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.,
Yes.
Counselor Casey,
Yes.
Counselor Howell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Howell and a second by Counselor Romero and Counselor Casey. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The fourth item on the agenda, on the business item agenda, is to conduct a public hearing and approval, disapproval to adopt ordinance number 19-02, amendment to the official zoning map for rezone of a property located at 2513 Hot Springs Boulevard, Las Vegas, New Mexico.
Thank you very much. Ladies?
Ready to
Okay,
go?
continue. How are you, Ms. Maria? Good?
Public hearing, Virginia.
Okay, it's all yours, girls.
If you two would stand, anyone that's going to present
First of all, we
testimony.
need to make a motion to go into public hearing. Need a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we go into public hearing.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Roll call?
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Before we start the swearing in, what I'd like to do is include any public input statements that were made earlier during the actual public input process to be included into the record proper for both public hearings. But I know that at this point in time, you would have to swear in, if I'm correct, every single one of the individuals who want their statement included in the record proper. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Cheers.
If I can have city staff, the applicant, any people who have spoken or wish to speak on this matter, stand, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony that you shall give or have given shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you so much. Continue.
I'm going to let Maria take it away since she's the expert.
They have to read, I'm sorry, they have to state their names into the record. So those of you who are going to provide testimony, we didn't take it in immediately, she swore them in, but when you provide the testimony, please ensure that each and every one of you gives your name and your address. Okay? Thank you very much.
I have a quick question. So if you asked that the people who had given testimony earlier and wanted their testimony to be put into the record proper should stand. And I know that some of them did not.
Yeah, but this is the
stand.
farmer's market, so I don't know if they want their
Oh, okay.
testimony.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going into, that's number 2. Okay, continue.
Okay. Madam Mayor, councilors, tonight we are here to request approval or disapproval for the adoption of ordinance number 19-02, amending the official zoning map from an R2 multifamily residential zone to a C1 neighborhood commercial zone for property located at 2513 Hot Springs Boulevard, Las Vegas, New Mexico. This project was taken to Planning and Zoning on March 25th, and we did receive testimony in that one, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the zone change.
Okay, questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
Thank you. You just gave us this, it says special event permit application. Is this what the farmer's market has been functioning under?
That's what it originally started with, and then it was realized that they did need to approach the way it was being done in a different way. The other farmer market is on commercial land, so it made it easier for them. But this is, not only is it that, but this is required for it anyway, because we do require that we have special event permits anytime there's any kind of event of that sort within the city limits. So it basically, what we do to cover that whole time is we have them give us a list of all the dates, and then we'll go ahead and we'll put them in there. So you'll notice in there it'll say, you know, it'll say Monday, Wednesdays from this time to that time. It's just a requirement that we do get those special event permits as well, along with everything else they do have to submit to MIDA.
Okay, so if they're functioning under the special event permit, why is the zone change required?
So originally they changed it to a C3, but when I reviewed it with Maria, we realized that that may have caused the problem is having the C3. We do have, it is better if we have them in a commercial instead of a residential zone to be able to do the business that they're doing And so that's why we're looking at a C1, because it is geared more towards community than what a C3 would allow, basically anything. And we want to keep it community-based. So that's why we're asking for the C1, because eventually we do want to work on that building as well and make it a community center.
And what happened with the appeal that was done by the former city attorney?
There was an appeal, and it was reversed back to the R2, is what happened. So instead of going for the C3, that's when we decided to go for C1 instead.
Okay, so that's moot at this point. Okay, and then just because somebody brought it up somewhere, does the farmers market provide insurance, or are they covered under the city's insurance?
If you look at the special event permit, they have their insurance, and the city is listed as on there. But they do provide the insurance, and they also provide their site map as well with all the information.
It would have been nice to have this prior to the meeting so that we could have looked at it. Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I had a question.
Councilor Miller.
Pertaining to the transfer, I guess the paperwork that I have here once belonged to housing, this building?
Yes. Housing Department had purchased it, and Lawrence Quintana was here for some, I'm not sure, they were actually going to try to do a veterans transition along there. But it's my understanding that something happened. HUD says they couldn't do that. Anne Marie and Tana can tell you better exactly how it transpired that the city of Las Vegas got it. They purchased it from housing.
Okay, because I went back in minutes to see, going with this timeline, and I couldn't find where the housing authority approved the transfer to the city of Las Vegas.
I'm not sure
I
how
know
that happened.
if we go to,
I just know they paid for it, the city, the city of Las Vegas, they paid the housing. But I'm not
Anne Marie,
sure how
could
that
you address
happened.
that, please?
I believe that the city of Las Vegas, when it was purchased by the housing department, the housing, urban housing came in and mandated the city to purchase the building, so it currently belongs to the city of Las Vegas and not the housing.
And I believe that was part of the agreement for the homes that were knocked down.
It's part of the agreement, as well as.
okay, but the transfer didn't take place until September 20th when the mayor signed it off. On that. So this happened back then.
Councilor Romero, that happened in 2013. After a special review report was prepared on behalf of the city and HUD made the determination, and at that time the general fund paid $150,000 to the housing department for that building.
And do we have those records?
And the property. Pardon?
Do we have those records?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the other question, Madam Attorney, if you go to Exhibit 4, this is the quit clearing deed that the mayor signed off on. It's not signed by a notary public.
I see the notary stamp. I don't see a notary signature, but it looks like there was something under the word notary public.
I'd have to look at the original, on it, because I think they did sign it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
usually verifications and signature pages are separate, and those are added at the end. That's
And
pretty
if I
good.
look at kind of the stamp, it looks like the housing, the individual that was in charge of housing at the time is the one that signed off on that. I don't know if that was a conflict.
No, as long as it's within the
Was Lorraine Ortiz in charge of housing in 2017?
I'm not certain. No, she wasn't.
She was, actually, she worked with the legal department, didn't she?
Yeah, she did, actually. She did, under David Romero.
Councilman Romero, I can pull the actual original
Document.
and have an answer for you.
But it is legally bound. I've seen it when they brought it to us in 2013.
And I just want to state this clear. I have nothing against the farmers market. I have family that shops there. I have family that sells there. The issue that I have is sort of, the transfers, from the housing to the city. We all know, and it's public that we've had that issue with housing. I just want to make sure that, that transfer was legal. We have the documentation. The other part that I have is, I asked for the minutes of the meeting. I didn't get for the planning and zoning because I wanted to see what happened, what the conversation was. I didn't get all of them. I don't know if that was purposely done.
No, I've just been overwhelmed. I'm by myself taking care of everything from planning and zoning, business license, building permits, design review board, and anything that comes up. I'm from 5 to 1 for planning and zoning. I'm the whole planning and zoning department. So I did not have a chance to complete the minutes in a timely manner. And hopefully now we'll get somebody soon where we've advertised, we've interviewed, and we're waiting for somebody so that this stuff will get done in a timely manner.
And the job form is pretty much complete. I've allowed her to use extra time in the evenings to do overtime to get those minutes done.
So I've done them, I've completed them, yeah.
They're completed at this moment.
But those ones, when they asked me about them, I had started working on them, and it was like, it's difficult to do a lot of stuff during the day when I have 20 million people or 10.
And I understand that it's the only part that, as a governing body, that, all these minutes are public document, and if anybody were to ever ask, the state statute states the draft minutes should be available 10 days.
They should be available,
after the meeting,
and I just have not had the opportunity to.
And that's why
I'm trying to work on everything as much as I can, but I'm only one person.
And that's why we did open up the position for an administrative aide for planning and zoning so they can adjust those minutes and things that Maria can attend to in the daily. So we'll be getting that within the next month.
Okay. And the other part, as far as the use, we keep saying that, I know they don't use it. I know that they use it for storage, I think, for canopies and that, the actual building. The problem the thing that I see is the whole anti-donation. I know we're cleaning up the property, we're maintaining the property, we have the toilets. I have an article here that I just, I was researching the whole, concerns that were brought to me. And, the city of Las Vegas should not be maintaining that building and should be getting fair value for use of that property. Is that?
I'll turn that over to you.
Well, we're not leasing it or anything to the farmers market. They're using it as a place of an event, just as we do with Fiestas or we do with the other farmers market. Anybody else, that's why we have the special event.
But I disagree with that because Fiestas, the city actually runs it. We don't run the farmers market.
Yeah, but with the farmers market, they use a special event permit because it is sort of an event because it's not an everyday thing that they're there. They're only there certain hours at certain times. So it's used, the permit, we use the special event permit as them using it as an event. That's why we also chose the C1 because it allows them to be able to do it within the perimeters of that property without having to be inside a building or have any other permits or lease it to it or any of that other information. So that's why we chose the C1 and we used the special event permit.
And let me ask this, and I guess I could ask the mayor since she was so involved in it, is why that specific property? And I understand the whole west side. I mean, people forget that I represent the west side. And when you're coming from my barrios, it's a 2-mile walk to that area. So it's not something that I'm against it being on the west side. I'm not against, having a farmer's market and supporting them. Like I said, I have family members that sell there. The thing is, to me, it seems like, this property has been singled out and we're doing everything in our power to go ahead and do that, the zone change.
We don't have another property they can use there unless we put them in the Plaza Park or Rodriguez Park.
There's the Welcome Center, there's also the
Okay, let me answer
center.
your question because you did direct that to me. The most critical aspect of that market being there, and we have discussed this at least 15 times in open public meeting, is because it qualifies as a food desert. That said, over and over and over in council meetings and to the public, means that that will also open up the door and the avenue for federal funding to be able to bring additional monies to repair, expand, or do what has to be done within that area. And it's just the tip of the iceberg, and it hits right within that specific area. That is the most critical component, one, or I should say two. The most critical component that I see is that it provides a service to the west side, so individuals have the opportunity to purchase good, healthy, organic food within the barrios. Now, I don't see a problem with any of that. They have been undecided as to, in the 10 years I have served here, what they're going to do with the property. And considering the fact that we can zone it under the C1, they are a nonprofit corporation. I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a problem with the anti-donation clause within that specific area. So, and the market also has insurance, as does the other market next to the church. So these are just part of the actual criteria.
Madam Mayor, I agree with you on those issues. The thing is, the one on the east side isn't on city property. The problem
I believe that
have
it is,
the-
correct?
No, it's not.
It's a church?
It's the church property, yes.
Okay.
But the city was instrumental in helping them when
Exactly.
Elmer Martinez was here to obtain that property. He's helped negotiate whatever they're doing with the church.
Yes, I recall. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. And Madam Attorney, I'll ask you the question. Do you feel that there's the anti-donation, being that we maintain it, being that we cut the weeds, have a portable bathroom out there?
Mayor, Council, I don't feel that it violates the anti-donation clause. I think that we have a special permit use. We allow this group to come use city property. We don't, I think it's a service that we're providing for the community. And I don't feel that we're violating any law by providing it.
Yeah, we're not donating them the property, we're not giving them the land, so we're not donating it to them. We're allowing them to use
Or
it.
maintaining it?
Yeah, well, because it's our property, so
Exactly.
we will maintain it, but we're not giving it to them and we're not donating it to them. We're allowing them to use it. Just as we allow, Game and Fish to use Rodriguez Park for ATV training, any of the other events that go on. It is city property, and that's why we have the special event use permit, is that when we allow them to use city property, they have to have this so they cover insurance or any other issues which may arise. But we're not giving it to them and we're not donating it to them in any way. They're just using the property. And it is city property, so we do have to maintain it.
So let me ask you this, since you're under oath, both of you, do you feel that you have been asked by the mayor, to go above and beyond to get this zone change done?
I'm not going to answer that because that's probably something that we should discuss. That's a personal opinion. Well, actually, I will answer that. I will say that. No, it is not because of that. I took this job to help our community in any way possible that we can. I've always been a fan of the farmers market. I've always been a fan of any other organization, nonprofit, anything like that. I fight above and beyond for every situation that comes across my desk. It has no personal issues. I might not like some people. I had issues with WIT at first, but we worked through it. We worked through whatever issue it is. I don't use any of my personal opinions, my personal feelings, or my personal relationships, which I don't have any, to be honest with you. I don't have any political relationships
Ms.
within
Mardojo.
here.
So essentially you operate unilaterally treating
Yes.
everybody fairly and equitably.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am very I'm very open to any situations. Like if you guys were to come to me and talk to me about it, I would take your ideas, your considerations, anything into, I would take them into consideration, anything that you have. I do not favor anybody in any way, and you can ask anybody that. I follow the rules
Okay,
the way they need to.
let's continue. Any other questions?
So just my last question, Madam Mayor, explain.
Hold on.
Mayor,
Hold on. Hold on.
I have a comment.
Councilor
I have a
Livari,
comment.
Councilor Livari, let Councilor Romero finish, and then I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, be patient. Go ahead, continue.
I'll leave my comments.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Livari.
Yeah, I just wanna thank Dan and Korea for the good work they've done to the website, especially the farmers market, because I've been going in there for the past 2 years, and it's already probably the things that they talk about. You know, we don't have nothing on the website. You know, people are happy that we have the farmers market there. And the thing is that if we don't do these changes, where else can we go? Where else are these people gonna go? The people are happy where they're at. You know, and Cody and Dan and everybody that's working for the farmers market, maybe that building we can find some funds for it. Maybe at the legislature, something that we can do for it, so they can open on the winter times. You know, that's a good area for the website. You know, people are happy. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Councilor Casey.
Thank you. In reviewing some of the paperwork regarding this issue, the city's 5-year plan, although it's old and hasn't been reworked in a while, we haven't looked at it in a while, does specify that rezoning for the good of the people is allowed and recommended. And so, in my opinion, rezoning from R2, which is a residential zone, to a neighborhood commercial zone is for the good of the people, because we are providing a service to them that is not available to them otherwise. And so, although it may not be seen as a perfect, ideal move, I think that for the purpose of being able to provide nutritious food to the people of the west side, I think that's a very good idea. There is a little supermarket that opened up next to AutoZone, but you know, a lot of the things that are sold in there are not exactly nutritious. They have a whole wall of candy, which I just love to go in there and look at.
They do have really good candy.
That's just great. But,
I'll go with you.
Yeah. But we really do have a wonderful asset in the farmers market. And you know, in terms of the building being used, I think it's a dangerous building. We should not be using it at all.
That's right.
And we do have restrooms that we provide. And so until we have money somewhere to fix that building, I think it should be boarded up and not used at all for anything, because I don't want anybody getting hurt.
Thank you.
But in terms of just rezoning to have a neighborhood commercial zone, I think is a good idea.
And they've worked with the, just Madam Mayor, Council, so you know, they have worked with Matt Martinez, which has a property across the street, because we've had parking issues with it in the past, and he's allowing them. We do have an agreement with him, or I should say, Tierra Encantada and Matt have an agreement to be able to utilize the property to address the parking issue as well.
Any other questions? Councilor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Maruja, did you mention that the organization, the Farmers Market, is a 501c3?
No, they're a different type of nonprofit organization.
What are they?
It's a state domestic. Yeah, the state domestic nonprofit is what it is. They're a little bit different just because of the situation with everybody living there.
Okay, good. Also, the building next door, next to it, the parking lot, it's an empty shell right now, and the flooring is not good. There's not even a flooring there. Now, earlier we were talking about abatement of that other property, and rodents came up. The question of rodents came up. Now, have we investigated whether or not that it is rodent-free? Because if it isn't and rodents do come out and they are having fresh vegetables and, farmers' produce there, it's kind of concerning.
Yeah, we haven't had any reports or any issues with any rodents there. If we do, the first thing we'll do is we'll go out and we'll maintain the property so that they can.
And they did,
I would highly suggest that we do a pest control thing over there.
and they did board it up, correct?
Rodents can go
Yeah,
under.
and that's not a problem.
So just a concern and a recommendation.
Thank you
okay?
very much.
I think it's a very good resource we need in our community. Fresh food is very important for our health and welfare. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero.
Okay. On the insurance for, I know you said you worked with Matt Martinez for their property there. In his letter, that was the last page of the exhibits, he mentioned about having him listed to be insured, and I didn't see that in the, I don't know, you weren't using it last year, but will that change this year?
Yes, so he did ask to be an additionally insured, so they are going to address it.
Okay, and then one last question, and I'm going to go on Tana and Ms. Gallegos. You can assure me that it has been transferred over legally, under oath, everything from housing to the city?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And they actually brought it to the council, and they had provided us a copy with the actual, all certifications and verifications. So I did see it myself as well. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move that we,
Well, at this
And
point in time,
the-
sorry, we need to make a motion to
Yeah.
accept the record proper?
that's what I was going to do.
Okay, you have another question?
If somebody in the audience still wants to speak,
Oh, yeah,
are they able
of
to?
course. We're already done.
We're still in public hearing.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, after listening to the discussion, I'm not so sure I want to say just what I was going to say, but I want the council to know, because we came to Las Vegas because we thought this was a really wonderful community. And we wanted to do something to help the community. So I'm going to want it in the public record. We are volunteering our time to run that market. We are there 2 days a week, and I can tell you it's a lot of hard work, but it's worth it, because we are concerned about the fact that people need good, fresh, local food. That's so important, and that's our mission, if you want to call it that. We are getting nothing out of it but the fact that we can provide this space and build community and bring good food to people. That is what really matters. And we talked about the food desert issue, and it's just that we've had wonderful, wonderful support from the community for what we're doing there. That's what keeps us going. So I hope you will know that we really want to do this because we're trying to help the community. And not that, I'm not meaning to sound like they need help, but especially the farmers. We need our farmers for food security. We need people to know how important it is to eat good, fresh food. So I'm hoping that you will vote for the zone change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Can I just ask a quick question?
Could you come up?
What designates food desert?
Were you sworn in?
I don't
Okay.
know. I just, because I'm didn't know what a food desert
It
is.
just means scarcity of food,
I
especially.
know, but how does it designate it?
It's through USDA mapping.
Pardon?
The USDA maps,
Uh-huh.
they're the ones that designate it federally.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Continue, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Delfinio Velasquez. I am from the Anton Chico Land Grant. We do organic farming, me and my wife. I also today was in PDL, or Puerto de Luna, talking with Tony. He supports the market, Tony Gallegos. And he asked me to talk a little bit on how we do all this non-pesticide and non-GMO stuff. which is all good. He asked me to talk about the food district, which has been already talked quite a bit about. And he asked for me to talk about the reasonable prices that we have, which are very reasonable. For him, a little bunch of radishes for $1, I mean, it's great. We even buy them ourselves, or trade or barter. But the benefits of this is walk-ins from the community. They walk in, it's just great, and to be on the west side is also very great. We've supported it ever since it started. It's been great for us, and the benefit we get is basically thank you for planting for us. That's what we get. We do love what we do, and wish there was more doing this, but we really plead that maybe we could stay there. It's only 4 months, and then it's over and we go to our cubby holes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, now we're ready. I need a motion to accept the record proper.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept the record proper.
Thank you very much. Chris?
Second. Don't we say close public hearing?
Not yet.
Not yet, we have to vote on the record
Go ahead.
proper first.
Record proper accept.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Yulabri Jr.?
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell.
Thank you very much. And now I need a motion to close the public hearing and to reconvene into regular session.
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing and reconvene into regular session.
Do you have a second? Roll call.
Counselor Yulabri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Okay, we are now in regular session. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 1902, amending the official zoning map for rezoning of property located at 2513 Hot Springs Boulevard.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
2 seconds. Roll call.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Yulabri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell and Counselor Yulabri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Great job, ladies, each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to
all of you.
overreact.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam
No
Mayor.
problem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is to conduct a public hearing and disapproval to adopt ordinance number 19-03, amendment to the official zoning map for a 21.277 acres plus or minus partial located north of Ridge Runner Road between 7th Street and 8th Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
I need a motion to go into public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I move that we go into public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Yulabri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We are in public hearing. Swearing in. City Attorney.
If I can have city staff, applicants, anyone that's going to speak in support or opposition of, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony that you shall give or have given shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Again, Madam Attorney, we are going to include the public input statements into the record proper, correct?
That's correct. We're attempting to clarify that the statements they gave were under oath.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, I'm here to ask for consideration and approval or disapproval of the map application for a zone change from an R1 single-family residential zone / RR restricted residential zone to a C3 commercial zone for a 21.277 acre plus or minus property located north of Ridge Runner Road between 7th Street and 8th Street. Property owners, Community First Bank of Las Vegas, and they want to sell the property for commercial development. This was heard before Planning and Zoning on March 25th, and we had a lot of comments As you can see by the petitions that were done, we did have a lot of proposal. The Planning and Zoning Commission, after much discussion, did recommend approval of the zone change. And after this, I turn it over to the applicants, Mr. Fields and Mr. Mathis.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Madam Mayor and members of the council and staff members, my name is Eugenio Mathis, and I am the attorney for Community First Bank. To my right is Mr. Mike Fields, Vice President of Community First Bank. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening. I hope to keep my comments concise and brief and to the point. I will answer any questions that any of you may have of me or Mr. Fields. I will go first, and then Mr. Fields will follow. I want to bring up some matters that I believe are important to bring up. Ultimately, it's your decision as to whether or not those will be accepted, but first thing I want to say is I do not believe that this hearing is being done in a timely fashion. Your city ordinances require 47 days from the date, in essence, of the Planning and Zoning hearing to conduct a public hearing. The Planning and Zoning Commission hearing was March 25th. 47 days from that date would be May 11th, which was Saturday. So it would extend to the following Monday, which would have been the 13th. We're now here today on May 15th. My basis for that is a reading of sections 450-110 and 450-114 of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. The second point that I want to bring out is that I believe that it's pretty well settled that you cannot administer an oath to someone after they've testified. Simply can't do that. Just point out an example. If you're in a murder case and the only eyewitness to the murder testifies and is not sworn in, you can't go back and say, oh, by the way, were you telling the truth? The oath to tell the truth must be impressed upon anyone, any witness, before they give any testimony. And the attempt to circumvent that, we believe, is improper. Going to the merits, Madam Mayor and members of this council, the Community First Bank is only asking that you treat it the way you would treat any other individual that would appear before you on a matter of this type. The Community First Bank pays taxes just like everyone else. They are paying taxes on this 21.77 acre tract of land. Just like everyone else who's going to speak in opposition is going to say they pay taxes, the bank pays taxes as well. And the bank, regardless of its status as a corporation or a financial institution, is entitled to the same fairness and objectivity that you would give to anyone else. There was a comment earlier tonight about courts looking unfavorably upon spot zoning. After being a judge for 20 plus years, I can't say that that's generally the case, but I will tell you this. What is universally disfavored is a lack of due process. And the bank, we understand, given the nature of the comments, the emotional appeal that's being thrust upon you by our opponents, and the information that has been disseminated to you and provided to you, in some cases on numerous occasions, is violative of the bank's right to due process. There has been some discussion previously by other individuals who appeared before you tonight that the Community First Bank became the owner of this property by virtue of a foreclosure of property that was originally owned by a gentleman named Timothy Ott. Yes, the bank loaned Mr. Ott money. Mr. Ott used that money to develop the office complex that consists of the Children, Youth, and Families, Social Security,
motor vehicle, human services, kids counseling, Tri-County Family Justice, and I believe the small residential apartments that sit behind Southwest Physical Therapy and the doctor's office off Ridgeway Road. So yes, it was Mr. Ott's intent to develop the entirety of the property. The fact that he couldn't does not mean that the bank should be prejudiced or jeopardized in any way in coming before you on a proper request for a zone change. That simply is not relevant. The bank thought when it loaned the money, as it does with all loans, that it was a good loan. The fact that it turned out to be bad is of no consequence. You've been...
Point of order.
May I get my water? Since the Planning and Zoning Commission voted on March 25th, 2019, to approve the bank's application by a vote of 3-1, the only dissenter was Diane Lindsay, who lives on Sperry Drive, and you may infer, I think rightfully so, that she didn't want to go against her neighbors. These individuals who oppose the bank's application have been allowed to present their side of the story to this body on multiple occasions. We believe that this has created an atmosphere of oppression and prejudice to the bank. Two individuals appeared before you on April 10th. Those were Dr. Alarid and Mr. Rogers. They were not sworn in at that time, but were allowed to present comments to you, the governing body that is given the authority to decide this issue here tonight, stating the nature of their opposition to the zone change. On April 17th, the date that this matter was originally scheduled before you, 6 individuals appeared before you during the public comment portion of your meeting, again, not under oath, and expressed their opposition to this zone change. Those individuals were several individuals who appeared before you earlier tonight: Andy Trujillo, Joe Cooney, Dr. Eller again, Mr. Rogers again, Pat Romero, and Corina Laszlo Henry. We object to the allowance of individuals who oppose the bank's application from appearing multiple times before this body and stating their objections. I'm afraid the bell has been rung and we have no way of unringing it. We are afraid that this board, this body, is not going to give the due consideration that it should to the bank's application on its merits because of the repeated efforts by opponents to appear before this body and provide unsworn testimony as to the nature of the bank's application. With regard to the April 17, 2019 meeting, we were informed that morning of the fact that we had not received notice. That's the reason that the meeting was tabled on April 17th. The bank did not receive notice of that. It came about, Ms. Garduño Montoya, who, by the way, informed you that you probably should not let these people speak during the public input for fear of this issue that I've just raised. But Ms. Montoya called and she said, we received some petitions against the bank's application. I said, and she mentioned that they were going to be presented at the hearing that evening. And my first question was, what hearing? And she said, didn't you receive notice? And I said, no, we did. So she said, let me check into it. I'll call you back. She called me back and she said, you had not received notice. So I emailed Esther at 10:59 a.m. that morning, and I said, good morning, Esther. This message will confirm our telephone conversations of this morning. I learned this morning that the City Council would consider the approval of the zone change application submitted by Community First Bank Las Vegas on March 25th at its April 17, 2019 meeting. Neither the bank's representative or I received notice of tonight's public hearing. I understand that you have confirmed that Community First Bank did not receive notice of tonight's meeting. I further understand that this action item will be removed from tonight's agenda and will be rescheduled for the regular City Council meeting in May. Please confirm that this is your understanding. If I do not hear from you, I will assume that I have accurately stated our discussion.
and then I asked her to provide me copies of the petitions. Despite that, and despite the fact that we were informed that the meeting would not go on, several individuals, as I mentioned, 6 of them appeared before you on April 17th and were allowed during the public comment portion of the meeting to state their specific objections to the bank's application. And because we were informed that the matter would not be taken up by the City Council on that date, no one from the bank felt that there was a need to appear and defend its position. And again, all that testimony is presented to you unsworn. We are also concerned that information other than the information presentations made tonight and at other meetings will be considered by you in making your decision. We are aware of Mr. Cooney's letter to the mayor and each member of the City Council dated April 1st, 2019, which is not in the record before you. I heard something today that they may be. The packet or the agenda that I printed from your website did not show the petition that Mr. Cooney referred to, but they may be in your packet. I don't know. There has been a suggestion that individuals should send written and electronic correspondence to the mayor and members of the council voicing their objections. We believe that this is a patently unfair manner in which to make and decide the serious decisions before you this evening. If you have received any communications concerning this matter, we hope that each of you will disclose the name of the individual who contacted you and the substance of their communication with you. And the danger in that type of thing, ladies and gentlemen, is what Ms. Brachelargi said. She read to you a statement from a county commissioner, an elected official, Max Trujillo, stating his opposition to this zone change. Yet Commissioner Trujillo is not here. That is the epitome of hearsay. I think Andy Trujillo said that he heard from a future neighbor. Well, who is this neighbor? Where does he live? Where does she live? I mean, this is the type of atmosphere that the bank finds itself in, and we're just asking for fairness and unbiased, lack of bias in your decision. We believe that you may hear, and you have heard in the past, that there's going to be a strip club or a massage parlor or, what was the other thing, a liquor store or other types of nefarious types of business that would be allowed to open if the application were approved. These allegations are designed to do no more than to incite your prejudice against the bank, and we ask that you disregard these claims and recognize that this municipality, in the adoption of its zoning ordinance, has allowed specific types of businesses to operate in a C3 zone. Your predecessors have allowed this. Your predecessors passed the ordinance that said, this is what you allow in a C3. And I'm not going to say, ladies and gentlemen, that we have any idea what development would be in there. But I can guarantee you 100% it's not going to be a strip club, it's not going to be a massage parlor, and it sure as heck it's not going to be a liquor store. People are selling their liquor licenses to take where the people are. Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Roswell, Las Cruces. They're not selling a liquor license to come bring them to Las Vegas. This property is unique, ladies and gentlemen, because it's mentioned, it's somewhat, I'm not going to say disingenuous, but it's misleading, because the property is described as bounded on 7th Street on the east, and 8th Street on the west. The fact of the matter is that this parcel is an irregular shaped that has a small bottleneck on 8th Street and a larger bottleneck on 7th Street. The small bottleneck on 8th Street, which is, I think, close to what Dr. Ellery said by Melinda Lane, is the only piece of this property that borders 8th Street. There's no other piece of this property, and I'd like, may I approach, Madam Mayor? And
Absolutely.
The survey that you got, that's in your packet, is rather small. So I'd like to show you the actual survey. And if I may, I apologize, Councilman Olivari, that you're not here, but I'm hoping that, I don't know if this is the best place to put this, so you all can see it. So here is 7th Street. This is the bottleneck from 7th Street into the property. It's kind of like me, skinny on top, real fat in the middle, and kind of skinny at the bottom. So here's 7th Street. This is all the governmental office buildings. This is Ridge Runner Road here. This is Enchanted Hills Trailer Park. This is, right here, the only place, this small piece, this is 8th Street, this is the only piece where this property touches 8th Street. This, if there is some misconception, I believe, that if the council were to approve this, that there would be access off of Highland, Kane, and Sperry. This property does not bound the properties on Highland, Kane, and Sperry. That property belongs to someone else. I think it's DDLV LLC. And so we want you to understand that the opponents on 8th Street have suggested to you that it's right along 8th Street. It's not. This is the only piece. This I don't remember how wide that is. I think it's 20 feet, 20.60 feet. That's not wide enough for a motorcycle path. So any developer, ladies and gentlemen, any developer is not going to use that point as a point of ingress to any business establishment that might come here.
What is the street?
This is Williams.
Okay, that's Williams, but then these are the ones that go off of Williams. like
These are the
on all of
properties.
those.
These are the properties off of Williams. And there's been a suggestion that there's no other commercial development. Off of Williams, right here, there is property belonging to the Mora San Miguel Electric Co-op, which is used as a staging area or warehouse. We passed by there this morning. There's pallets that are thrown. It's unsightly, quite frankly. But it's not wholly a residential area. There's that one exception. And then, of course, it's surrounded by the trailer park, Enchanted Hills, the governmental office buildings, the other businesses on Ridge Runner, and the residential units.
Okay, so if this entrance is so small that it's not feasible to even have a road or anything there, the main entrance would have to be off of 7th Street.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then, so this would be the whole parcel right here.
Yes.
How wide is this?
I don't know.
See the-
I don't know.
there?
It's a large piece of property. We drove it this morning.
Yeah, it's 21 acres, that's pretty
Yeah,
big.
it's a large piece of property.
Yeah.
One thing I want to point out, that you're asking that, our opponents did mention at the Planning and Zoning Commission that they would like to see a park. Mr. Fields, on behalf of the bank, offered to set aside an acre for the development of a park. And the best place for that would be right here off of 8th Street, so that they could have a park. This is already being used for four-wheeling, biking, dumping. Some transients were there. I think Mr. Cooney mentioned in one of his letters that there were transients living there. Nothing could devalue someone's property more than a transient living in an empty field next to your property. So we're trying to make it better. It's not an ideal situation, but it's a situation that we think has a lot of potential, and we're willing to work with the individuals that are affected in setting aside some property for the park and addressing the concerns of the community as well as the concerns of the bank. It's not called Community First Bank for nothing. They have a sense of community.
So someone in their testimony or their public input mentioned that they had spoken to someone at the bank and that they were willing to divide that parcel in half so that the one that would be closer to the 7th Street entrance could be used for commercial and then the rest could be residential.
That's what Mr. Cooney said. My understanding of my conversation with Mr. Swanson is that they would consider that because that's something that came up. They didn't say he would do it. The property has not been subdivided. We have not gone through the process for a subdivision of the property.
Would the bank be willing?
I think that question should be posed to Mr. Fields. Would you like to see this?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, if you're going to use the 7th Street entrance, okay, because it's narrow, it's 66 feet, so it is big enough for 2 lanes. So it does have the access to it. I'll sit down. access to it, okay? The problem is, if you divide that part for the commercial, as you can tell by the body, it's not big enough to develop anything. It's basically from the 7th Street till you get to about the middle of the property, it's very narrow. So that there's no acreage there, there's no square foot there to actually develop. Now, you do have the other government buildings and stuff on the south side of it, and I'm sure that there's access through there if a developer gets with those people to have the road continue through. The reason that we wanted the C3 is because we have had nobody interested in residential whatsoever, okay? One of the reasons for that, and I don't have any problem with a mobile home park, because I actually live in a mobile home myself. But it's hard to get a residential developer that wants to put $300,000 or $400,000 in each house that's butted up against a trailer park. It's just hard. Now, if you get into the middle of it, where you have the access, and you start using that piece of property for the government or some type of commercial, it kind of flows right with it. The thing is we want to be good neighbors. That's why we offered an acre of land. And if it takes a little bit more than that, I'm sure I can talk to the bank about that. You know, if we would donate that so they could have a park, which they don't have any parks on that side of town, which they did mention. They did mention that they would like to walk their dogs, or they do walk their dogs. They'd like to walk through there. In fact, today, Jean and I, when we were there was a lady that was walking the whole from 7th Street to 8th Street with her dog. So I do know that does happen. What we're trying to do is get this so we could actually sell it, and right now we don't have any buyers, commercial or residential. Had it on the market for around 8 years, and we had no movement on it. So right now, it's not even, it doesn't have the full potential, or not meeting the full potential of tax revenue to the city also. We're paying a little bit of taxes on it, but if it's commercial, you're going to get gross receipt tax. At least it's something to promote. So you're not only getting gross receipt tax, say somebody comes in and they build a couple government buildings or whatever, you're going to have jobs. So that's opportunities. And right now, we need more opportunities in town, and that's why we are trying to do this, to be honest. We are not going to recover the money that we lost on this. Contrary to belief, we are not riding on the backs of the citizens of Las Vegas. We're just trying to make it feasible, some type of solution in order to, 1, get it sold, 2, get it developed, so that the city makes some money off of it too. Right now, it's nothing. You know.
Let me
go ahead.
I also want to. I think there's been a misapprehension. It's kind of a sky is falling type argument. That if this application is approved, there's going to be increased traffic off of 8th Street for commercial activity, and people are not going to be able to get out of their yards, and because of the additional traffic. I've shown you how the property is so situated that there cannot be any access off of 8th Street. That small strip is not conducive to high traffic volume, and there is no legal and direct access to this property off of Highland, Sperry, or Kane Drive. There's going to be, I believe, extensive discussion, I'm assuming, about the lack of a site development plan. And a site development plan, as your ordinance describes it, calls for this. A, the names and address of persons or agents proposing the rezoning of the land. Your package should have Mr. Fields' letter. The scale and north arrow. We know where north is. It's here on the survey, which was included in the application. Benchmark locations. Again, in the survey. Boundary lines bearing in degrees, minutes, and seconds in the survey. Existing conditions of the site and its environs and shall include the following: easements on site in the survey, public right-of-way on the site in the survey, utilities on and adjacent to the site in the survey, ground elevation. I believe that part of the application included a topographical map of the property. And a statement of ownership. We submitted the deed, the special master's deed by which the bank acquired its ownership interest. The location map showing the location of the site in relation to city boundaries. And I believe the city limits end just before Williams Drive, if I'm not mistaken. And that's in the survey. Design of off-street parking. Well, there is no parking proposed. We can't propose off-street parking. That would be entirely within the development itself. The exact location of structures on site, including signs, in the survey. Front, side, and rear setbacks measured in feet and hundredths in the survey. Storm drainage plan. There is, in the survey, the manholes and the sewer drains that are available on the property. So we've complied with your ordinance requiring a site development plan. If we haven't fully complied, we've substantially complied, and I think that's all we need to do. We know that this is a difficult decision for you. There is a lot of emotion in the seats behind me, but I think it's all based upon a misapprehension and a misconception of what is going on. We're not bringing in a strip club, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The bank is more conscientious than that. We're not going to sell the property just for the sake of selling it. The bank is going to have to say, and you or your successors will have a say in what type of business goes in there. This is a preliminary decision to zone this, and we meant no offense to you, as Mr. Cooney, I believe, pointed out. All the communications with any prospective buyers have been, this is not zone commercial. We are in the process of trying to get it zone commercial, and obviously any purchase would be contingent upon that. The people that have approached Mr. Fields have said, we want to see it first. And that's why we're here. So that is our presentation. Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'll stand, and Mr. Fields will stand for any additional questions, any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Fields, you mentioned that the parcel of land is not big enough to house a commercial property. So why do you want it zoned to commercial if it can't?
Yeah. What I said was that the entrance, where they would like it to divide it in half, which would be on the 7th Street side, is too narrow till you get to the meat.
7th or 8th Street?
No, there's 7th Street is, okay, there's an entrance there, and that could be used as a easement to get in. It's 66 feet wide, okay? So until you get about halfway through the property, it doesn't widen out.
It's less than that. It's less than that. It's
1,000. 1,000 feet. And then it widens out so you could do a development. That's what I meant.
Okay. And I don't know who the realtor is that's selling your property.
Actually, we do not have it listed at all.
You don't have it listed at all?
No. It used to be Sperry Van Ness, and we just had the property appraised. It was appraised as it is stated right now, not commercial.
And so you have a for sale sign on there. It says that it's zoned commercial. To me, that's false advertising because it's not commercial. And yes, people call you up and then you tell them, oh no, it's not zoned commercial. So, you know, that sign should be changed to reflect current or whatever happens this evening. But I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the spot zoning, and I did a little bit of research on there and looked at the state statutes on spot zoning. And spot zoning is singling out a piece of property, a piece of land, for a use classification totally different from what is existing in that area. And it's to benefit the owner of the property, but it'll be to the detriment of other owners in the area. And that's my biggest concern, is people don't see that as anything that is going to develop into something that's going to be beneficial for them. And I know that as the seller of the property, you can't guarantee what type of development is going to be coming in. And yes, we know that you're probably a very decent man, as former Judge Mathis is, that, you know, we're not going to have a strip club come in, or a casino or anything like that we don't need here. And that's a real issue, because we can't restrict who you sell it to. And you can tell us, oh yeah, we won't let that happen. But realistically, if somebody comes to you with a whole bunch of money and say, I really want that piece of property, and you sell it to them, you know, anything could happen there. And that's the biggest concern that people have. You know, Community First Bank has been very good to the community. They've been very generous. They give to nonprofits all the time. I know they're going through a tough stretch right now, but, you know, and we want to support our bank as well as other businesses in our community, but I think that that's a real concern for people. I had calls coming into me this morning before 7 o'clock, and I thought, who's calling me so early? And so, you know, those are some of the issues that we have to think about. You know, we want what's best for Las Vegas. We want what's best for the bank. And so I think that someone who spoke earlier this evening said, why can't we talk to each other, try to reach some kind of a compromise, and see if we can divide the property so that, you know, part of it could be used for a nice park for the residents that live around the 8th Street area, and maybe the one on 7th Street where you have a bigger area to drive into off of 7th Street. You might be able to sell that piece for a commercial piece and leave the rest residential. And I think maybe that might be the way to go, so that everybody wins. You know, we don't want people stressing out and worrying. And I had an older woman call me and she says, I live alone. I don't want to have some weird, you know, development by my house, and then I won't be able to get there, or I'll be afraid to drive there, or whatever. So those are some of the issues that people are feeling. And some of the people that call me were not here this evening or at any other meeting, but they are concerned. And so I would like your thoughts on that.
Okay. I'd like to address a few of those items. Is, you know, I don't feel that it's spot zoning, okay? Simply because on the north side of that, like Gene had showed, you have San Miguel County has a parcel there, and that's there, and it's commercial. Then on the south side of it, for a lot of the property is actually commercial, it's government buildings. So I don't understand how it can be said that it's spot zoning when it's sandwiched in between two pieces of commercial. The second thing is that I understand everybody's feelings, okay? If a development comes in there, I know that the city does its due diligence. When Love's came in, I'm sure Love's gave you the plans to look at for you all to decide whether or not Love's would be able to do what they wanted to. So you all have the ability to say what's going in there and what's not going in there too. It's not just the bank will sell it to the highest bidder and everybody else beware. You all have part of that on your shoulders, and I realize that. The thing that bothers me the most is that we're losing businesses all the time. The people, the population has shrunk. I've been here almost 30 years. When I got here, it was about 18,000 people. I know it's way less than that. One of the reasons is because, first, we're not moving ahead. The growth it's just not happening right now. There's not jobs for the younger people to even stay here or even consider staying here, so they're moving out. So, as we go along, we need to make sure that the town is growing too and supporting some opportunity. And that's exactly, I am the one that brought it to the bank as far as I think this would work. To tell you the truth, I've been working on this for almost 2 years, from the original application. I do feel like the town needs more business opportunities for jobs.
Mr. Fields, last year, towards probably in the fall sometime, we had public meetings to develop the metropolitan redevelopment plan for the city. Did you attend any of those meetings?
No, as you said, the bank has been going through some difficult times. We are out of that, to be quite frank. Everything is looking up. We're doing more consumer loans than any other bank in town. So we're out of that dip. So we will be more involved. I've been with the bank 18 years. I've been through the high where we were giving hundreds of thousands of dollars away every year. We used to have the $25,000 giveaway for different institutions and things, But unfortunately, when we got into timeout, I'll say, we had to tighten up the purse strings.
The reason I asked about the meetings that we had, the public hearings that we had for the Metropolitan Redevelopment Plan, was because that plan is very comprehensive, and it includes plans for businesses to come into Las Vegas and those types of things. And so I was just wondering if you had participated in that, because I've not seen anything in the plan, and I've read it a couple of times, to show that, that property has ever been mentioned or anything before, and you say you've been working on it for 2 years. Which brings me to the next question, is if you've had it for sale for 2 years...
No, 8 years.
8 years, and you haven't had any nibbles on it, or a few nibbles but no bites?
No residential, some commercial, but the biggest thing is, and I'm honest with them up front, it's not zoned commercial. And they want to make sure that if they come in, and those buyers are long gone already, I'll tell you that right now, that it's a feasible plan, because once they start putting thousands of dollars in to get you all your development plan that you want for the business that's interested, they want to make sure that they're going to be able to have a chance. And right now, with the commercial potential people, there's no chance. And we're not building any houses, that's a fact. On your commission, for your zoning commission and stuff, Mr. Sweeney had a very interesting statement. They haven't sold it for 8 years, so what do you think the chances are they're going to sell it in the next 8 years? That's very true. All I'm trying to do is get the opportunity to be able to sell this piece of property to somebody that's interested. That's it.
Well, and suppose somebody wants to buy it for a housing development, then they would have to unzone it and rezone it again.
Hopefully that would be easier than going into commercial, I guess.
You never know.
You know, you never know.
There'd be no opposition, I suspect, if we went that way, because I believe our opponents want to retain it as a residential area. So, I mean, but we're speculating,
Yeah,
Councilor
we are,
Casey.
and
We're
and
very
I think
much.
that, the important thing to remember is that we don't know who is going to buy the property. We don't know what they're going to do with it. And it hasn't moved in almost a decade. So, I'm just wondering why now the big push to get it zoned commercial.
Bank just wants the chance to do it.
And I can answer that from the appraisal that we had done, which it was residential, wasn't commercial. But through that expert, and it was Travis English, I believe, out of Albuquerque, which does big plots and stuff. His item, and his conclusion was the best use of this would be commercial, and that was in his statement for the appraisal, because of the lack of residential housing, people building housing. I mean, you have Oxido out there with Jet Salmon. He's sold 2 houses in how many years and stuff. Beautiful piece of property, but people are just not building right now.
Any other questions?
I'm done.
Any other questions? Councilor Howell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Mathis? Yes, sir. Judge? Mr. Fields? Good evening. Now, for example, if you sell it to a developer, and the developer decides to, where that thin ingress is at the 8th Street section, if he decides to widen it, is he going to be able to do that?
That would be contingent upon the people that own the property on either side.
Right.
And I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, the people that own the property on either side object to this application. So I think it's unlikely that they would give permission or sell property to.
So in that ingress, each side of that ingress is owned by a private owner?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And so I just don't, let me ask you another thing. If, maybe I can ask Madam Attorney, if this doesn't go through, is there an appeal process
Yes,
for the applicant?
yes.
Okay, all right. And what legal ramification, Mr. Mathis, would happen if we disapprove this?
Well, I would have.
Because you had mentioned on your opening statements, all of the comments about not being able to have proper public hearing dates and things like that.
I would have to have a discussion with representatives of the bank to determine whether they wish to appeal a decision that would disapprove our application. And based upon their decision, either go forward with an appeal in district court or not go forward.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know that that piece of property is in my district, Ward 2, and I did receive a lot of calls in regards to comments made on whether it's a good thing or not. Has you received a lot of calls also?
We've had a few people come in, and we've listened to the customers, if they're customers or off the street, and took it into consideration. It hasn't went on deaf ears. I mean, that's why it was my idea, and I offered the acre of land before I got board approval. Simply because I think that would give it a cushion from the A Street, if it was on that side there, would give it a cushion from that A Street for an acre for a park, okay? I do believe that in my dream, okay, it would look nice with commercial buildings, with a park entrance. You see them in Rio Rancho, Espanola, some of the cities that are flourishing, and that's how they introduce some of their commercial areas. I think it'd be very appealing. And it's something that's not, you talk about we don't have food on the west side. Well, they don't have a park on that side of town either. And when I went to the bank and told them that in my position I gave an acre away, they said that was fine. They understood what I was trying to do, and they said that would be fine.
Have you, in the bank, had any conversations with the city in regards to trading properties?
No.
No? You think that would be a good idea?
At this point, I don't know why the city would want it.
Because the city is listening to the constituents, and they don't want it there. They don't want commercial there. And if we had an opportunity to trade properties where you could go to a commercial already zoned area, we could have the property in question stayed residential.
Those are negotiations that would have to happen between the
and it would take, one of the things that we're talking about too,
your city attorney.
the application that we have on the table, okay, is only good for what we're talking about. So we would have to go through the whole application or the trade negotiations or whatever and extend that time. But the bank is not trying to be the bad person here.
No, I realize that, but you have to understand that the community members that live around that area live there longer than 30 years. They've lived there practically all their lives. And they moved there for one reason, because it's a nice, comfortable area. And there's no traffic, to be dealt with. And there's a lot of elderly residents there. So that's one of the things. And they're all calling me.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very important that you listen to your community first bank members, and we have to listen to our community members that are in our district and in our city. And right now, if there's another opportunity, I think we should take it. Another alternate opportunity.
Well, I've always looked at it. There's always two sides of a deal. There's a negative side and a positive side. And most of it is we've listened to as a negative side of it. What if, it degrades our property? What if it appreciates your property? Look at it that way. If we don't create jobs and we don't get more population, that's not going to appreciate your property either. It's going to depreciate. I can use towns, Tucumcari, Raft Home, just to name two of them that's close. As the population went down, their property's worth nothing. So there's always two sides of it. One could prosper and one could deteriorate. It all depends if you have a cup half full or half empty.
That's true.
Councilor Romero, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just want to state, I know, the bank is trying to do what's best for, for them, and I understand with the community members, what they're going through. First off, a couple of questions. I know I sort of had, as Madam Mayor was asking, that the public input be inputted into testimony.
So
is that?
They're going to have to swear them in. She's sworn them in, they're going to have to retestify.
But if they're not here, then how does that?
Well, then only what's here.
We could ask anyone who wants to speak at this time to
So the
speak
public
in the
input wouldn't be put into this record properly?
Well, it wasn't sworn testimony at the time.
Exactly.
I tried to prevent that, but.
Okay. And then the other part, and I don't know, Maria, you could probably answer this question. If I'm not wrong, if we approve this to, or let's say approve it tonight, and a business does come in, they're really, it doesn't come before us anymore if it's a commercial business, right?
They do come in to get approved, the flats have to come in through the police base, they come through.
Maria, could you please step up, please? Yeah,
What we call our development review. Any plans, engineering plans, have to come in for development review. And they make sure that it's something that is feasible for the community. They make sure that the buildings meet setbacks, that they have proper water, they have proper gas, proper utilities, sewer, everything like that. If it's let's say it's a restaurant, let's say the restaurant's going to come in, or a theater.
Okay.
Environment department is involved.
But
7th Street is a highway, state highway, so Department of Transportation would be involved. So they look at everything. They look at the parking, they look at the turnabouts for solid waste. What else? If there's have to do turnabouts for solid waste, they look at the parking based on the size of the building.
But technically, they would not come before council.
They could.
Based
They
on-
don't have to, but they could if they wanted to. And
That's
some of them have.
Exactly.
Because we brought, and a lot of them come in because, for different reasons. They'll have to come in through our planning and zoning for signs, for, on the Board of Adjustments for signs. If they're too huge, they need to come in and get approval from council, depending on what is being built. But they can request to come to council, or we can tell them, hey, you can come in from council to get approved too, just so you know what's going on. And then the final approval is, once all the plans are signed, the final approval for the actual building comes from Construction Industries Division, who comes and does all the inspections. They make sure that parking lots are right, that there's enough parking spaces. They make sure all that is according to the plan.
And then my next question is, do we have the authority tonight to request, and I know, Judge Mathis had, the survey basically is the site development plan. But, is there any way that, we could suggest that, buffer walls, that an entrance or exit in certain areas not exist, just to ensure that in A Street, there's not that traffic.
I think that's required by ordinance to have, if it's within a residential area. I don't know the ordinance offhand, but between a commercial and a residential area, there is supposed to be a buffer, like trees,
Or a
stuff
wall.
like
I know
that.
in bigger
Walls,
cities they use the wall.
trees and stuff like that. Should be a buffer area. And I don't remember the distance. I don't remember if it's 20 feet, if any buildings are like, because the setbacks for any building in the commercial is like 25 feet. So, and then they do look at all that stuff before we do it. And I defer this to the city attorney, but I believe some of you guys, I believe you guys can make recommendations that can be included in the ordinance. I'm not positive, but I leave that to her. But I believe you can make recommendations in the ordinance.
And I think in that, I think we would refer it back to planning and zoning to ensure that those changes.
Yeah, for further review.
That is an option.
Yes.
To either
we can
take a vote tonight or to refer it back to planning and zoning.
And have them, look at other, whatever, with a recommendation of
So
what you want them to look at.
address where half of it will be residential, half commercial, which, as they stated, they would have to go back to their site and ask those questions.
Well, actually, something like that, planning and zoning, and you guys can look at what was presented. The Planning and Zoning Commission said they cannot make a recommendation to, if I remember correctly, they said they could not make they can't tell you, hey, we want you to do this. We want you to put half of it commercial, half of it residential. They just have to look at what was presented.
They serve in an
And I'm not
advisory
sure
capacity.
about what you guys can do about that. I don't know if you guys can make a recommendation
Well,
that,
go ahead.
you know, that's up, I leave that to the city attorney because I'm not an attorney. But you guys can make recommendations as to, and make it part of the ordinance as to, this is what we would like, you know, I believe that's what you can do.
And as Madam Attorney, as Judge Mathis, or as he had mentioned, you know, he had mentioned that we're already beyond, you know, when we should have already voted on this. Tabling it, does that reset the clock, or how does that work?
Well, we're talking about two different ordinances. Under section 450-114, the council has to hold a public hearing on the commission's recommendation. The language is within 40 days following receipt of the notice of the decision of the planning commission recommending the adoption of the amendment. So it's not from the actual P&Z meeting of March 25th, but rather from the receipt of the notice. Additionally, under ordinance...
Receipt of what notice? I mean,
the notice from P&Z that they, you know, whatever the decision was. A document comes from P&Z. Under section 450-115, the council review of commission's decision. At the conclusion of a public hearing on a proposed amendment to the ordinance, the city council may proceed to vote on the proposed amendment or refer back to Planning and Zoning Commission for further study.
Study.
That's the language contained in the ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Can I'd like to clear two things up. One is, I was a project manager for the bank now, and when we renovated it, the city had control over even light pollution, everything. So I do know that there was a lot of hoops, even for the existing building, you know, there, in order for us to open up the bank. So I do know that the city carries a lot of clout on what and how an establishment is open. The other thing is that on the development plan, you know, if it goes back to the table, we're still at a crossroads simply because what the bank is trying to do is get it zoned so we can offer it for sale. That's it. You know, if it goes back, we still can't offer it as a commercial site. That's the hurdle that we're trying to get over. And that's why Gene had mentioned, you know, as far as the survey, it satisfies 99% of what the statute says, the ordinance. And when the person that purchases it, they have to come up and do their due diligence with all their studies, with the city also involved, and DOT, because of 7th Street. All that is hammered out at that time. But right now, I can't tell you what would go in there. If it, you know, if it's going to be a doctor's office, or it's going to be another government building, or a therapy office, you know, I can't tell you. But like I said, they have hoops to jump through after that too.
Okay, do we have anybody else that wants to provide testimony?
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on. Yes, Counselor. Please.
Okay. I guess I'm concerned because Mr. Mathis mentioned that people spoke at other meetings about the rezoning issue. And, you know, this governing body allows public input. And my personal belief is, you know, we live in a democracy. And the democratic ideal is best served by a well-informed public, and also by well-informed elected officials that have to make decisions for that well-informed public. And so I don't see the people who gave public input as being discounted because they weren't sworn in. And anybody that comes to a meeting that wants to talk about anything can. this evening, we had comments on everything from the farmer's market to, all kinds of different things that are happening here. The AWC, we had people that are concerned about plastic bags. We listen to everybody. And so I don't see that that should be an issue if, in fact, the bank decides that they want to, file suit against the city or anything like that. So I'm concerned about that, but I really do believe that that is the public's right to come in and speak whatever they want to talk about and make us aware of their concerns whenever they are allowed to have public input. So I don't agree with you on that, Mr. Mathis, I'm sorry, but
I think it's different in a public hearing. You moved to be in a public hearing, and you made an attempt to incorporate public comments that are not under oath into the record for this hearing, and that's entirely improper,
Well, they
I
will be a part of the record anyway. They will be in the minutes, and so those will be recorded anyway. So I would like to suggest, to go along with what the mayor was about to propose, was that those people who are still here, who would like to make their comments as sworn people who are doing that.
They might not all be here.
In the hearing, but, I think that they should be allowed to do that.
To restate their comment this way, it is done or conducted proper. We have no issues with the process that was taken this evening.
So what is going, let me just ask this question, what are you going to do with those people that are no longer here that spoke at the public input that were not sworn in?
That will just be a part of the public input, just
It'll
like
be
anybody
part of
else.
exactly, the record, but not part of the record proper.
I see. Okay.
Sorry, okay, go ahead. Okay, do we have anyone who wants to speak? If you do, make sure they're sworn in. Go ahead. Esther, I'll have to turn this over to you. Sure. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome, thank you.
Mr. Romero, if you'll come forward.
You mean the office business or these checks? No, just pick the one.
Oh, it's going to be sworn individually.
That's not part.
If you plan to speak, if you want to come up and I'll swear you in.
Okay, who's going to,
Well, the hearing started. I'm not sure who was standing. Okay.
we are,
All right.
okay, who's going to speak first?
I'd like to speak first.
Okay, if you'll
Okay.
raise your right hand.
Yes, dear, thank you.
Mr. Alvarez, if you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Swear to
Raise your-
God.
And if you could state your name for the record when you do go up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Esther?
Again, thank you all. My name is Jerry Bratschlarge. I'm a registered nurse, been a psychiatric nurse for about 50 years. What I'd like to address is, as a community member coming into an open forum where I felt that I had the freedom to speak, having an attorney immediately question that, having an attorney here that questioned your process, feels extremely uncomfortable and intimidating to me. I feel that I am not free to speak now. I don't know how other members feel, but it comes across as extremely intimidating. I have a lot of information that I would like to share, but because the thing that I did share that I quoted was used, including my name, was brought up about how this council is not acting appropriately, and an implication by an attorney is that it's something unlawful. And I think that creates a frightening atmosphere. A frightening atmosphere. I came with the intention of being able to share and not have an attorney where I feel like it's a trial, where I feel like it's a judgment, or that my name's taken down and when I make a quote it's brought back up, or someone else, or the council's questioned about their process. I feel that that's a part of certainly someone's rights to bring their attorney, but not having a sense that that was what this meeting would be about, where we really had freedom of speech, where we really could speak our truths without fearing retaliations. I had a meeting last year with Mr. Fields. I'd like to share that. I didn't bring my notes to do so, but I can remember the things that were said. But now I'm concerned about expressing anything.
Esther, how would you address it?
If you can
Please.
state, please speak freely. You're under oath. This is a public hearing. For purposes of possible appeal, we need to make a record of what your opposition is.
I have copies from 2 days ago of the realty company that is carrying this property. You can see that there's kind of a squiggly line so that you really can't tell how it's been zoned. Underneath that, it clearly says parcel B rezoning from residential. The implication being that it's done.
Could you give those to the clerk, please?
Can I get that? Oh, I'm
To
sorry.
the clerk.
Over here. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There.
If I push. Yes. From the Realtor, I was told that this was not taken through zoning because it was too politically unstable here last year. I know I had much contact with Ms. Perea about, at the zoning committee about this. When I asked the Realty about why the change to commercial was done, because he said that that was worth a lot more as commercial property. He explained that the sign that said commercial property was an error. It was only talking about the small 3-acre tract. And yet when I said that it clearly showed that it was the 21.277 acres, he said this is just an error, but it has not been corrected. Interestingly enough, the errors that were made in terms of the little lines that make it difficult even to see what this was zoned as, what that parcel was zoned as, were corrected in the next day. I wasn't able to pull that up. Every time I try to pull up, I get the same piece. But it's actively being marketed. When I asked about the original loan by Community First Bank, I was told that the bank thought it was zoned commercial. An appraiser was hired from outside the bank 2 years ago, outside the community here 2 years ago, and an appraisal was done for commercial property. So this was appraised 2 years ago as commercial property. And I have the name of that appraiser too. I was also told that originally the bank, when the loan was made, when the loan that was reneged on was made by the bank thought the land that was already zoned commercial. I've heard a response from the bank in terms of almost every question that has been presented. This is very similar to when I call and have asked questions too. My understanding that spot zoning is not possible. My understanding too is that the sense in the community is that this is a done deal, that we really have no say-so, that it's been marketed as commercial, it's been appraised 2 years ago as commercial, and as though that we have nothing to say, nor does the council, other than to just agree. I find it strangely disturbing that attorneys brought into this when it's supposed to be an open forum, and I would assume the bank has people that can speak for themselves and their concerns. My main concerns in the area I'm living in are the exposure to children, of our children to high-risk environment, the traffic, the vandalism, the crime, the noise and light pollution, garbage, our property values, perhaps some conglomerate that buys it that then decides to abandon it. There are many places in town that are open right now that have been standing open and vacant for years. People that I talked to when I went door to door talking to the people in the area with a partner of mine were always, actually had brought that up, the number of buildings that are standing vacant. The questions that were raised about things not being done in a timely fashion appear to be an apt distraction from the real issue. It's disconcerting, and I would please ask the council to focus on the issue. The idea of dividing the land and doing a portion of it as a park sounds great. But the truth is, once it's rezoned, it's out of people's hands. If the people want to bring it here or want to have approval, it's their choice, whoever buys. So I feel like we've gotten answers to all the questions, but I'm concerned about the answers. They leave things open, as much open as when we came in. It's not a matter of reassurance. I understand from Mr. Fields in my meeting last year that the bank's intent was just to sell this property. And it was rezoned per the representative from the realty company because the bank can, quote, make more money out of it that way, unquote, and they need to regroup the bad loans that they've made. Now, I could go further with what's been shared with me and be told that it's hearsay, but this is my experience, is going door to door. People here are concerned. And a part of the concern is that it is already a done deal and that we really have no say-so in this. And unfortunately, we didn't know to bring an attorney with us, didn't think that would be necessary, and hope that it isn't. Hope that you'll listen to the needs of the people. And hearing them going door to door, it was loud and clear. There was no compromise. No, we'll let somebody else make a buffer zone. We know that once it's rezoned, it's rezoned. We have no control over that. If they want to come back and ask, of course. But this is in our front yards and right to our doors. And with the elders that I'm talking with, and there are 4 women that live by themselves on Williams Drive, they're extremely frightened about the potential of everything from traffic to crime. And perhaps it wouldn't sell, perhaps it would sell to something, but the risk is that it won't. The risk is that it is open to whoever and that we have no control. And there is a sense right now in how this has been marketed that we really have no control or say so anyway. And that is extremely disconcerting to me. And then to come to a meeting where I feel like there is a level of intimidation about speaking our truths by having things that we've said already being questioned or attacked by an attorney feels even less open.
Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you all for listening.
Who's next? Mr. Romero? Or who's going to speak?
It's me again. Andy Trujillo, for the record, I guess. You've heard most of my feelings about this. It did help to listen and to hear some of the plans. A couple of questions I had was, I thought the attorney, I'm sorry, Matthews, is that correct? Yes. Mathis, I'm sorry. I've forgotten, I've been gone too long. Mentioned that everything that you asked for in a preliminary plan is already there on the blueprints that he brought. I don't see how it can all be there if it hasn't been addressed already. You know, questions haven't been asked. Can't show us where a building's going to be or where, you know, how much is going to be zoned for building. It's already changed if they're donating an acre. You know, so that's null and void, those prints, if that's what they're planning to do. But I think the horse is before the cart, or cart's before the horse, however that goes, in that if you decide tonight to change it to C3, that's it. It's out of your hands. They have the right to come back to you if they want. You know, it's not required of them, except for the different departments that have to, you know, coordinate it. But they don't have to come back to you and tell you who they're going to put in there. It could become a nightclub. It could become, you know, whatever. The first person with cash, you know, cash and carry for that property, since it has not been sold in decades or however long it is, they're going to take that. They're going to take that. They're not going to ask what it, you know, what they want to put in there. They're just going to sell the land. You know, they're not selling what's going on it. So it's out of your hands after tonight if you vote, well, if you vote tonight. And for the neighborhood, you know, 1 acre, I mean, thank you. That's a generous offer. I don't know if that would be enough for a park or a buffer zone, unless it goes from end to end, north to south. Is that right? Yeah, north to south, to cover that, where 7th Street wouldn't be available as an ingress for any type of business. That would make us feel better, you know. Also, you know, it really can be anything they want to put in there. Sure, maybe it would make sense to put in more of the same kind of buildings that are there on the other part that's already built. But we don't know what the developer's going to want. You know, it can be something simple. It can be something that makes sense to the bank, but not to the neighborhood. You know, a body, what do you call it? Auto body place. You know, that might make sense to the bank, but to the neighbors, that's a lot of noise. You know, that's a lot of chemicals. It can be, you know, whatever they decide, and it's out of your hands after you voted. So my suggestion is that leave it at residential until they have a commercial buyer, you know, and then ask for the zoning. Why do you need the zoning now? You know, if we don't even know what it's going to be used for. The bank doesn't know. They apparently don't have too many options. But why are we zoning it now until they have a buyer?
Thank you very much.
You know.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Malley.
I guess I'm on the hot seat now. It kind of reminds me of being on the school board. And one customer came over and asked me, why don't you have a lawyer sitting with you at your board meetings? And my response was, we don't intend to do anything illegal. I've always lived by the fact that you do the right thing for the right reasons. We're not liars. What we said today, and I feel like the lady that spoke before us, it's kind of scary a little bit. I said, to heck with this. I mean, we should have a little bit of freedom living in Las Vegas, New Mexico, without having to be afraid of someone taking me to court because I said something that they don't agree with, which I guess is possible to happen. I really don't lie. I'm still a little concerned that I was not notified that this was happening until way later, and I wasn't even notified. And I have property that is very, very close to that property that's going to be zone change. You know, if I had a chance with vacant land that is undeveloped, and I could come and talk to your councilman and say, well, I have this land here, do you have something I can trade you for that I can have developed land to be able to sell something? I mean, there's so many buildings in this town that are vacant.
Mr. Romero, please address the council.
And we can't sell them, you know? So I would suggest that you make a step back and go look at something that is there already. And I'm sure the other day you remember that young man that came over and said, we need something to keep the kids in town. He was headed to, who knows, Rio Rancho probably, to race bikes. And it seems like 21 acres would be the perfect site for that. But that's another option, I guess.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Romero. Who else? Mr. Romero, did you provide your name for the record?
No, I didn't. My name is Jose Patricio Ernesto Romero.
That's a good one.
Okay. Known as Pat or Patrick or whatever else you want to call me.
Be careful there. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mary Shipper, Dr. Mary Shipper, retired pediatrician. And I love Las Vegas, and I just want our neighborhood to stay stable and safe. And I think all I want to do officially during the public hearing time is once again bring all of you to attention to the written protest according to Ordinance 450.116, notwithstanding other provisions of this chapter, if the owners of 20% or more of the area of the lots of land included in the area proposed to be changed by a zoning regulation, or within 100 feet, excluding public right-of-way of the area proposed to be changed by a zoning regulation, protest in writing the proposed change in the zoning regulation. The proposed change in zoning shall not become effective unless the change is approved by a majority of the members of the city council. So you have the written protest with the signatures of all the permanent landowners around the land in question, and I would just draw your attention once again to that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alavi.
My name is Jim Alavi, James Alavi, Dr. Alavi, whatever you want to call me. I live at 2811 8th Street, which is 100 feet across from that little skinny 30-foot ingress into that property. And that ingress, because I see it every morning, goes right, basically goes right into my driveway. Okay. Back in about 1993, we bought that land, and we bought that land with the premise that that whole area was an R1 or RR zoned property, okay? And yes, it has been empty. Yes, people walk their dogs. My wife walks her dog there about 3 times a week as well. You notice I said her dog. And in that process, we also see that, yes, it's been used as a dump site. It's used as a RV race course, as well as a mountain bike race course and so forth. And at the same time, you know, it's still gives us a little sense of a little ruralness from that area. Mr. Mathis was very good tonight, okay? And if I probably needed an attorney, I'd go to Mr. Mathis, because he does have a good silver tongue. But in that process, I think he was certainly presenting the side of the bank. And I have never really had an issue about what the bank is trying to do. They're trying to unload a piece of property. And I'm sure that there are other banking regulations that I do not know that says that there is a fire sale that has to go on here so that they can get rid of that property. They've been carrying it now for a number of years. They've been paying taxes on that property. They sort of lull us to sleep a little bit in the fact that they're making us speculate about what would happen. If we sell it, well, yes, you're going to get some money from the sale. If you sell it, yes, you're going to get some people there that will be having to cough up money to the city. But all of that is speculation. I mean, I've lived there since 1993, and nothing has really happened. There's been a couple of charges in there where people tried to start off with a residential center of some sort, you know. I still think that there's an opportunity to have a good residential center, especially on the western side of that property. The only argument that Mr. Fields has given us tonight is that that property is odd. It's odd. Much like Mr. Mathis mentioned, skinny on top, fat in the middle, and skinny on the bottom. Okay. Well, you know, that's why people have designers, architects, and so forth to be able to make lemonade out of a lemon. And I don't think the size of a property or the configuration of a property does justice to what we're looking at. They could go out and find somebody that is creative enough to be able to determine how they're going to be able to parcel that out appropriately in whatever they want. I had mentioned before, I still believe that the eastern side of that area lends itself to some commercial property. The western side lends itself to residential. The southern side of that property lends itself to residential. And I think that we should look at that as a good R1, RR area so that we can have some houses built at some point in time. That we don't know when it's going to happen because that's also speculation. I think it's important for us to really, I mean, this is a good time. My wife and I have been in our house, you know, since 1993. And we've seen Mary for a number of years, and I think we've seen her like at 6:30 in the morning walking her dog and maybe just a wave. Didn't even know the names for a number of years. The one thing that it has done is it has brought a whole group of people together for the first time to really have a strong voice, and I think that we're going to be active with this strong voice in the future. And hopefully, you know, Mr. Mathis did say one thing about due process and so forth. We all really were given the same announcement of something happening. In fact, I think the bank probably had a little notice about what was going, because they were proposing something, so they knew that there was going to be a hearing down the road. Because of an address error, I never received an announcement, just like Dr. Romero. I have never received an announcement saying that there was even going to be a meeting. And one day, my curiosity just got the best of me, and I saw a posted sign, and I went and I looked, came back home, and I told my wife, I says, my goodness, this next week there's going to be a meeting by the Planning and Zoning Commission, that there's going to be a meeting. And it involves us, we got to get there. So we've been doing that. And, you know, I don't know how many times that I've come here, but, you know, I've had to leave work early every time. And thank goodness I'm going to take the agenda back to my warden tomorrow and give it to the warden and say, see, I did go to a meeting last night in that process. But I would love to think that if the community bank is really a community bank, that they withdraw their petition, their proposal, go back to the drawing board a little bit, and see if we could come through and come up with something positive. You know, sit down and plan for something on how this is, so that, you know, they win a little bit, we win a little bit. Have we been emotional? Of course. We are emotional. We're emotional because it's going to move the structure of our family life. Dr. Shipper and her husband, they built a beautiful house. A beautiful house. And boy, wouldn't it be sad for them to sit out in their front area, because their front area is really a southern exposure, and see a building, you know, something solid and so forth. They put hundreds of thousands of dollars into their property. Mr. Tree Hill, he's going to be putting in he's buying a very expensive house. We have a very expensive house. And we're continually putting money into our area. So, taking emotion aside, looking at the fact that you're here representing community, I really ask you to come and deny the petition, the proposal. And if you deny it, then the bank can go back to square one and figure out how they're going to come back and deal with this. Because we have all had our due process. The times that we spoke was at public input. I had no expectations that there was going to be a vote that night. It was all public input. And so, again, I want to thank you all for your service, and you have a job that maybe I certainly would not want to do, because you're out here in front of in front of people making all kinds of difficult decisions. But I don't think this is a difficult decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay, I need a motion to accept the record proper.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept the record proper.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Yulaburi,
Yes.
Counselor Romero,
Yes.
Counselor Howell,
Yes.
Counselor Casey.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now I
Madam
need-
Mayor, I move that we reconvene into regular.
I need a motion to close the public hearing
Close
and
the public
reconvene
hearing.
into regular session.
I move that we close the hearing, the public hearing, and move into regular session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Romero,
Yes.
Counselor Casey,
Yes.
Counselor Yulaburi Jr.,
Yes.
Counselor Howell.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell and Counselor Yulaburi Jr.
Very good. We are now in regular session. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor.
Counselor Casey.
Go ahead.
I'm like that guy on Jeopardy with that button. Buzzes right away. Okay. Madam Mayor, I move that we disapprove the request for rezoning of the parcel on North Ridge Runner Road between 7th Street and 8th Street.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Romero,
Yes.
Counselor Yulaburi Jr.,
Yes.
Counselor Casey,
Yes.
Counselor Howell.
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's continue. Thank you all for being here this evening. It was a long night, but we got through it. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is councilors' reports.
Counselor DeMille. Counselor Casey.
Thank you. I had a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. The first thing I want to do, because it's so late, I want to thank the street department and Chris Rodarte. Chris, would you stand so people can see you? I have heard more positive things about this man than any other employee of this city. Everyone that I have talked to, it doesn't matter where I am or where I go, they say, man, that Chris Rodarte, he's awesome. He works so hard, he works on weekends, he never complains, he's always ready to help. Mr. Rodarte has done everything that, to go beyond, above and beyond the call of duty. He really has. And I think that he is a wonderful representative of our city. He has done things like shovel snow for people who are handicapped. He has taken care of trash cans, which is not his job, for the elderly. He helps people at every turn. He has done cleanup at the Riverwalk Park. He's done all kinds of things. And he is always, always attentive. No matter who talks to him, he calls them back right away if he's not available at the moment that they call. He calls back as soon as possible. He's very, very wonderful employee, and I think he needs to be commended. And I want to thank him publicly for the work that he has been doing, because he makes everyone at the City of Las Vegas look good. Thank you very much.
Any other things?
Yeah, I have other comments. That was the good stuff. Now I go to the other stuff. I'll try to be brief. At last month's meeting, when we were talking about the lodger's tax issue, Ms. Marujo stated that she would provide a report that's a breakdown of what has been approved, expenditures that have been approved, and the amounts, and that it would be presented to council. I would like to know when we can expect to get that report.
Part of that review report is in the package that actually received today, if anything, I can give you the breakdown of
Okay, that would work. And also, can we have an update on the agenda items that you discussed yesterday at the lodger's tax meeting, the special meeting?
Yeah, I'll provide a copy of the agenda. And
I have a copy of the agenda. I want to know what happened with the items that were listed on the agenda, what action was taken, how much money was approved, and for what. Okay. And then also, there was an IPRA request that was done about a month ago or a little longer than that, and it was not complete, and it was supposed to have been completed and done. And I got a call from the person that made the request. That was Mr. Aragon, who had requested, and we were told that it would be completed within a week, and it has not been completed to date. So I think we need to work on that, because there is a statutory guideline, timeline as to when an IPRA request has to be completed. So I would like to see that done. Also, I have a question for the city manager, I guess. If we have a city employee who has attended training that was paid for by the city, and that person resigns their position, is there anything in policy that says that they have to repay the money that was paid to them for that training if they went out of state?
That's part of the personnel policy. Yes, ma'am.
So if someone has done that, we expect to get that money back?
Yes.
Okay. I'll talk to you about it. Okay.
Absolutely.
And my last issue is the Guayanus River folks that have their committee, and the Hermits Peak Watershed Alliance has been trying to raise money, $140,000, to finish the work that they want to complete on the Riverwalk area and the River Park. They need $40,000, and I think all of us have received emails from Leah Knutson requesting that we solidify our relationship with the Hermits Peak Watershed Alliance. And I would like to encourage us to do that, so that when we are preparing our budget and we look at that next week, that perhaps we might be able to set aside $40,000 so that we can complete the amount of money that they need to finish the work that they need to do at the river, yes. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have to address the issue of the Riverwalk. As a matter of fact, we had a discussion on that today. I believe that we have made some solid commitments to them already. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
Could you please advise and inform the council?
I know that we had they did come to us for funding, and we did submit a legislative appropriation request, and through the efforts of the city of Las Vegas, they were awarded $70,000. And what I understood was that there was going to be a partnership between the county, the city, and then several other entities. So I will have to get together with her and see how much everybody has given, and because we were already awarded the $70,000 appropriation.
And what about the lodger's tax?
I'm not sure about lodger's tax. I'm not quite sure whether were there any monies that were appropriated for?
There has been, there is, vacation lodger's tax system for $20,000 to help them with similar the wayfinding and stuff for the law. It came back, once there's the government that it came back for an additional $20,000, I believe, to help them complete that process.
So I think what we need to do is just identify what this $40,000 is going to be for and how they're going to utilize it, and I'll get more clear information.
I believe that the email that
Yes.
Mrs. Knudsen
Yes.
sent does explain why that money is needed and the amount that's needed. So maybe if you review the email, that should clarify, and then you can talk to her. And
I sure will.
Okay.
She would like it solidified in a memorandum of understanding if possible.
Okay, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment. When I asked about the legalities to Mr. Mathis, and I felt, the reason why I asked that, because I felt threatened also in regards to what he was saying. And that really turned me to the right decision that I made. I don't think it's fair to lessen our voice, because our voice is very important, and it's important that we do speak, and I apologize to you, ma'am, in regards to you feeling threatened and not speaking freely to us. We're the governing body that we encourage all of our community members to come and speak to us, and freely, and not be threatened to speak on any concerns that you have. So I apologize for that. I just feel that I like what Mr. Trujillo said about in regards to why do we have to do the zone change now. Let's get a development plan from, like Mr. Rogers, Billy Rogers had said. I think that's a good point also. But I feel very good about our governing body. We do listen, and we do hear our community's voice. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Olivari, Councillor's reports.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to thank Chris. I think he's done a very good job on all the potholes around the city. People have called me and told me there's some potholes on the west side or on the east side, and I talked to him and they get it done. Thank you. Thanks to Cruz. Thanks to all the rest of the employees for the city. That will be a big help for us. The only concern I have is on the Valencia water tank, because this morning it was draining again. I'm not sure if Maria had to take care of that. It was, it's great for like 4 hours, so I do concern on that. I don't know if they took care of it or not.
Okay, your concerns have been noted for the record, and Anne Marie will follow up with Maria.
Okay, thank you. You guys have a good night.
Okay, and I want to thank each and every one of the employees and everyone for being here and staying here this late. Thank you so much for your incredible patience. These were some really tough decisions that we had to make this evening, but I believe that they were the right decisions. And I want to thank you for being patient. I want to thank you for being persistent and never giving up on a fight. I think that that's critical. If you believe in something, you stand up and you fight. Thank you very much for being here this evening. And I also want to thank our incredible staff, Maria, Christie, of course, you and your crew are incredible. And Counselor Casey's absolutely correct. Anyone can call you, and you are there to serve. And that's what we are all here for, is to serve our community. We can never forget why we are elected, and that is to serve each and every one of you here. And some days we might not have a good day. Some days we might not walk away with a smile, but we do our best to get through that day. So thank you very much, each and every one of the employees of the City of Las Vegas. And I want to again thank our governing body for making some tough decisions, but I believe they made the right decisions. I don't believe we have a need for executive session.
Madam Mayor?
Are you serious? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to enter executive session as permitted by Section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Could you explain why, please? For what purpose?
Is it personnel matters?
Or just personnel matters? Do we have to be more specific? Because we're being told that we have to be more specific. And I want to be certain that we've got this all.
Well,
what are your thoughts?
I'm sorry, I'm not thinking clearly.
Sugar.
I think, as opposed to lawsuits or pending litigation, any of that, I think, I don't know if you want to talk about hiring or firing.
No, there's just concerns with personnel. Tell me to be more specific, community development director.
I would say that that's specific.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Yulaburi Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Romero and a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now I have a question, Esther. Considering that we have Counselor Ulibarri on via telephonic participating and he's voted to go into executive, do we hold executive session here and turn off the cameras, or what are your thoughts? Well, the cameras.
You can't do.
But I don't know if we can do that.
You can't do a telecom.
Madam Mayor?
Let me see. What are your thoughts?
Madam Mayor, I would say that we remain in this room.
Okay, but see, Counselor Howell stated that we cannot have executive session with someone participating telephonically. But let me check. There could be a point there. Let's check.
Not to say that Councilor Yulaburi will do anything.
Yeah, of course.
There's always a possibility of other people
Hearing,
in that area.
yeah, exactly.
In the
Got
room.
you. No, I
That's
got
been
you.
the concern too.
Okay, I'm going to make a recommendation that we convene in executive session in the city manager's office. Unfortunately, Councilor Ulibarri, I don't believe that you will be participating in the executive session discussion.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, clapping. The rest of us, yeah.